Fighting games are having so much stuff. Oh my god, this is gonna be the longest fighting games are ever.
Fighting games are, I guess you could say, nice.
Yeah, fighting games very are.
So
fighting games are expanding at a rate that we were not ready for. They've taken Tokyo.
Oh no.
We fear it may start to envelop into the Pacific Ocean.
Professional fighting games.
We've got gunboats out there shooting at it, but it's not stopping. It just keeps growing.
Fighting games professor Sol Benkai is on the scene. Sol, can you give me any information?
This shit sucks, man. I killed my wife like 5 times. It's fine though. Now she's back and she's got a great ass. On to you, Key. Key, absent as ever, just like he was with Sin.
Yeah. All right. So, first things first. The demon has arrived to KOF 15.
Right, yeah, let's hit the KOF and Guilty Gear news first, because who boy.
Yeah, Sylvie Paula is back. And I am glad, because I liked Sylvie. I don't like her old outfit or her new one that much, but fuck it.
I have not seen the Sylvie trailer, but keeping in mind that it's Sylvie Paula, is the idea not to just make her as ugly as possible?
Sylvie Paula is a very weird character.
You're telling me.
Apparently her story is that she was an Nest's baby, which, I mean, yeah.
No shit.
And that's pretty much it, honestly. She's sort of crazy because Nests.
Yep, they did it again.
And so yeah. There's not much else to really say. If memory serves, the Yahago face doesn't return. Rejoice. But
good lord.
But it might. I might just be forgetting it.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. It would be a bit unusual considering that SNK likes to reuse animations, famously.
But yeah, but that was also a Wii animation. Would they reuse a Wii animation? Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a reused Wii animation. At the same time, I wouldn't be shocked to see it replaced.
But yeah, either which way, Sylvie is here. She's still.
I did not watch the trailer because Sylvie has never been one of my characters. I appreciate Sylvie's presence because she's a demonic, horrible version of several annoying video game Lolita princess characters.
Yeah, in a way, I like Sylvie for the same reason I like Akuma. She is this archetype, also evil.
Yeah,
just very much obviously evil.
But like then inversely, like, well, actually, I guess the Tekken character is closest to Sylvie is Lily, and I'm a big fan of Lily. But when I think of annoying, cute girl characters that are expressly made for the Japanese audience, which is more so what I think of Sylvie as a dark clone of, I think of Lucky Chloe. And I assume most people do, because she's probably the most notorious example of it.
Even though she's only existed for, like, a game.
Yes, but she is a, like... Oh my god, like, out of the newcomers of Tekken 7 has one of the worst newcomer lots.
Yes.
It's one of the worst ever. And Tekken 8, have they even shown any newcomers for Tekken 8 yet?
Not yet.
Because that's the Tekken trailer I'll actually get around to watching. Like I said, I don't watch the trailers for any returning characters, because it's Tekken. They'll have a nice, pretty new outfit, and other than that, they'll be the same character they have always been, because Tekken does not change characters. They might pick up a move or two. That's the most they're going to see. Of course, big over-the-top supers because that's the flavor of the month with Tekken.
Yeah.
Who knows if it'll keep.
Oh, they'll definitely keep. They've kept Rage.
Yeah. Rage, though, Rage I think is something that is the sort of thing that gets really over in Japan. They love seeing that kind of effect applied to someone when they get angry or to imply it's a super mode, you know?
I don't know, because I don't
mean, for
see...
all intents and purposes, Rage is the Tekken character going Kaioken.
I suppose, but you know, it's one of those things of like, well, if it is such a big thing in Japan, why don't I see it in other games? You know?
Yeah. I guess it's not like a universal aesthetic, but for what Tekken is so often trying to do, you know?
Which is, I guess, Dragon Ball now.
Yeah. Well, Guilty Gear got real grounded, so I guess Tekken has to counter by getting over the top. Shrug.
Sure. Like, you know, this will culminate in Bandai Namco's King of Fighters Maximum Impact 3.
Live in fear.
Yeah. Like, you know, people hate those early 3D fighting games because they were jank, and they were jank. But I personally like them, like all of the ones that I've tried. As a note, because they had a much more open-ended combo system, and it was thuggery. It was just fucking like, okay, does this move link with that one? Why wouldn't it? The models clip,
Yeah.
Of course they link. 30 hit combo from like a straight jab? Sure, why not?
Well, the bigger question is, does this link into this? Why would it? Oh, wait, it does.
Yeah.
By all means, this should not be a combo, and yet it moves. The combo have started to move.
Yeah. And then it was also like this weird thing where like with the series that were 2D transitioning to 3D, it was like, okay, we're gonna have the classic combos, also juggle combos on top of that. Why not?
Okay.
And I think that's why I like it, because I don't mind classic combos, and I can, like, you know, I can appreciate classic combos, but juggle combos for some reason seem harder to me. So whenever I see someone just someone just absolutely fucking whatchamacallit, basketballing in a game that's not Hokuto no Ken, I go, yo, that game is jank. I like it. But yeah. Oh, then.
Nonetheless.
In other news, Under Night In-Burst 2 appears on the Korean ratings board.
Yes, which is apparently a shock because this is the first ever Under Night 2.
Yes.
Which, I mean, you've already heard this from me, but it was news to me. I thought there were already there. I thought we'd already been through Under Night 2, Under Night 3, Under Night 4.
No, we've just had a really long Under Night 1.
Under Night 1 took 10 years. Eat your fucking heart out, Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
That it is nonetheless very cool. I think that it's a cool series. It's never really grabbed me a whole ton, but it's one that's fun to pop in every now and then.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on 2 if once they start showing it off, just to see how they change the mechanics. Because I like the tug of war stuff they had. I liked how they like I liked how it was what to me felt like the best approximation of a grounded anime fighter that as I can think of. Like, you know, it still had the anime like over the topness of Roman cancels and short hop shit, whatever the hell else Judy had, bursts technically, not really, but whatever. Technically they existed.
Air dashes technically, but not really.
Yeah. Like that stuff, but at the same time, it was also more grounded than like Guilty Gear XX or Xrd. or BlazBlue, any of them.
Oh God.
So it felt like the right compromise between the two styles, and it's one of those things where like I would be more hyped for it if we weren't still at the crossroads that we are at right now. Of like games that were in development for like until now will probably still be trying to simplify things, and then also there's just a big large silhouette of Street Fighter 6 looming on the horizon.
Yes.
Just coming to wash away the simplification.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't even know what Mortal Kombat's going to be up to, but evidently we'll get to that later on.
Yeah. Then, DNF Duel had a Q&A segment where they talked about future updates and the season pass. I didn't watch this. I was going to, but honestly, I forgot.
Yeah, I did not even hear about this.
I wish I could give you a summary of what happened because I genuinely wanted to watch it just to be informed. But in the 2 weeks,
okay,
I just forgot.
So I gotta mention this. I don't know if this was just a result of Discord being weird or if you messed up the pronunciation a little bit, but to me, it sounded like you accidentally replaced the F in that word with a V.
Oh,
it
no.
Sounded like you were saying that you want to be involved, which I have to assume is part of the fetish. Is that like part of the vernacular?
I wouldn't know.
We need to get an expert on this. Maybe Pink.
We need to call Mike.
Yeah.
Like he appears on screen. The nameplate just says Michael, war expert.
I would like that. I'd also be a big fan if we could get it where he appears on screen and it just says Michael Degenerate.
Anyway, Sony has announced that if you win in Street Fighter V during their current tournament thing that they're running on PlayStation, they will pay your Evo tickets. You can go to Evo thanks to PlayStation.
Yes.
Which is nice.
If you win on accident, they're going to kidnap you and take you to Las Vegas. Still sounds like a good deal to me.
But yeah, let's see what else small things. I'm doing air quotes. I'm doing air quotes.
Yeah, this was a week where anyone that was not from the big three kind of got overrun.
Yeah. Schoolgirls showed off Marie. She is not done, but they are working on her.
Yeah.
Like, I want to say roughly half of her sprites were like sketches, placeholder sketch sprites, which makes sense.
Yes.
Once again, in development. But,
Yeah. Skullgirls, they've always been open about, like, this is alpha content, but we're still letting you play with it.
Yeah.
Like, I want to say there was the same case for the last 2 DLC characters, where they're available in a closed beta and then an open beta, where clearly several of the sprites were just sketches. And well enough, because then it gives the animators still a pretty good idea of how it looks in motion as well.
Yes. And I actually watched this, and I forgot how she plays. I think she's a zoner, like the boss version, which makes sense.
Yeah, I was about to say, the boss is a hellacious zoner, so...
So yeah.
What are some distinctive hellacious bosses that were not playable in one game and then made playable in the next? Like, straight up the next game, not even an expansion pack, the next game, that were not hellacious zoners. Because every instance I can think of a boss that was non-playable in one game and then playable in the next, he was a crazy zoner. Because, like, For instance, Shao Kahn, not playable for years until Deception. First time he was really playable. Well, Trilogy, excuse me, Trilogy. Not playable until Trilogy. Now that's in large part because screw you, Spear, Javelin.
Yeah.
And then in his later games, it gets even worse because now he can do the Javelin and hammer throw mix-up. Some games he can even throw the hammer in different directions. Orochi, not
Gil.
playable in the game he debuted in, playable later. Hellacious, Oppressive Zoner.
Gil?
Gil. Yeah, Gil. Well, Gil's a weird one because Gil's not a zoner in Street Fighter 3, but he is in 5.
Well, no, that's the thing. Gil can be a zoner in either games. He in 5 he's also like built around big combo.
Well, you are right. Gil came at the end of 5, which means that he had a lot more diversity in his moveset than the majority of that cast. Boy, that was weird how 5 had all the boss characters. And the funny thing is, Gil's probably going to miss 6. He's not really that popular of a character. He was kind of funny in 5. But you know Seth is coming back in 6.
Yeah.
There is no way after the amount of horniness that Seth inspired and confused feelings about heterosexuality that Seth inspired in 5. I mean, we can see with Jury, we can see with Melina. Horniness sells if you've got a dedicated horny crowd.
Yeah.
You know what the problem would be of Seth coming back in 6?
What?
If they still have the method of, oh, you get all your moves from past games.
Oh, no.
Because 5 Seth is a far cry from 4 Seth. They are, for all intents and purposes, different characters. Utterly different in every way. However, if you combine their movesets...
Okay, Seth in Street Fighter 6 is Bokujin.
That's probably what 13 is going to be. I kind of want... Okay, if they ever do a 13, and he's not a Mokujin, he's not a Mokujin, he is a full-blown character of his own, an expansion upon the 12th playstyle. Do you want him to still be trash, or do you want him to be the other direction and be absurd top tier?
I don't know. I mean,
it's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because Trash 12 is so funny. At the same time, there's a little bit there you can tell, like, this character could have been really fun.
Yeah. At the same time, I'm just trying to imagine a character who, like, I'm trying to imagine the 13 and all of their supers are X copy.
But he's got he's like that one Shang Tsung. He's got 80 different inputs, each of which gets a different character.
Yeah.
They have to add a new input every time they add a new character.
Yeah. So yeah. Back to news just so we can finish them. Dragon Ball FighterZ posted an update. The balance change is gonna be happening starting tomorrow as we're recording this, which might be the day it's coming out, the video, I'm not sure. And rollback netcode is gonna be delayed a bit because shit's fucked.
I am shocked. To be honest, I forgot that Dragon Ball Z FighterZ was still getting support.
Yeah. The only way to tell if there are any more Gokus. How do I know? How do I know that Dragon Ball FighterZ is still getting supported if I can play as Pajamas Goku?
The reason they're having to go with Fighter Z2 is because the reason they'll have to move on to Fighter Z2 is because they'll have run out of Gokus and they need to start over.
Allegedly, I'm not sure of the validity of these claims, but allegedly, Bemco was surprised by Bemco pretty much considers Fighter Z a fluke. And then they're gonna try to replace Fighter Z with Tenkaichi 4.
You know, I think that there's something to be said there of, on some level, Fighter Z is so over with those people that it's hard to see a sequel coming along and replacing it. And it's kind of hard to justify a sequel because you're not going to be moving the plot forward.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball. Like, if we want to introduce Android 22, I guess, but that's about it. I can definitely get that, especially, like, another thing that needs to be considered here is Arxis is fucking busy.
Yeah.
Like, after the 1-2 punch of Fighter Z and then Strive, Arxis is at their busiest and most popular yet. Like, we know there's got to be more stuff coming down the chute from Arxis just because they're now in demand, you know?
Yeah.
What it will be, we don't know, because there's still, of course, the red team, blue team divide. We don't know what each of them are doing. So, who knows?
The blue team, I think, is working on the new version of Grand Blue that's gonna be released like on Revelator. And
I wish they would work on something else.
Yeah. And the red team is focused on Guilty Gear for now.
Okay, that makes sense. And French Bread apparently is focused on Uni 2.
Yeah.
Not Uni 2, Melty Blood 2.
I know
that new Uni did come and go, didn't it?
No, you're mixing them up. Melty Blood came and went. They're working on Uni 2.
I can never keep the names separate. They're both just weird names for the sake of weird names that feel like they have nothing to do with the game. Like, I know that Under Night In-Birth is supposed to be about it's occurring during the Under Night, and these are the in-births. But, like...
And then for
you can see why it's confusing.
And then for Melty Blood, the reason it's called Melty Blood is because the blood is melty.
Yeah, I definitely don't get that, but I've never played Melty Blood, so I assume it makes more sense if you...
It doesn't.
...are like a... Oh.
Like, I've got to assume it makes more sense if you read the visual novels that they derive from. You know, the whatchamacallit?
No, I really don't.
Blimey, I was gonna say the visual novel series' name real quick, but I forgot. But I think, like, okay, I honestly think Melty Blood might come from like Fate or something like that.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Like it's like a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off of a Fate series, a Fate sub-series.
Good lord.
So, you know. So yeah, if you go through all of those levels of spin-off and you go back and read the Fate sub-series or whatever Melty Blood was spawned from, maybe the name Melty Blood makes more sense. But not without it.
Probably not.
So yeah. Then, this is a side note, I suppose. But, we have a list of classic games you can play in Street Fighter 6 potentially.
Okay.
Someone posted a video of the beta where you can use the built-in chat system to tell people that you've been playing this game or that game, and you can choose which game you've been playing, and it's all of the numbered Street Fighters, Street Fighter Alpha, of course, Darkstalkers 1 and 3, two versions of both, I think.
Two versions of both.
Yeah. So there's Darkstalkers,
Vampire and Vampire Hunter, then Darkstalker and Darkstalkers 3 and Vampire Savior 2.
No, because then I could actually tell them apart. No, you have Darkstalkers 1, you have Vampire. Wait, was it even Vampire? No, it's Night Warriors. You have that. You have Darkstalkers 3, and then you have Darkstalkers 3 Special, I think.
Darkstalkers 3 Special may or may not be the PlayStation version that adds the PSP version, or possibly the Dreamcast version that adds in Donovan, Pyron, and Witzel.
Ah, yeah.
In which case, that would be the supreme version of Darkstalkers, unless you're a really big fan of Vampire Hunter, which I'm not so big on Vampire Hunter. Vampire Savior, I think, is a lot cooler.
Yeah. Then, Cyberbots.
Yeah, that's good for us.
Yeah, Cyberbots, Red Earth, and like 4 other games that I don't remember the title of, like 4 more, like less remembered Capcom fighting games. None of them Star Gladiator. Which I think is a personal pride.
Gladiator is 3D.
Yes. It was still in the arcades, I think. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, but it being 3D is a little bit. It would probably require some big engine changes.
I guess it depends on how they're emulating these. But yeah, like, so yeah, all of these games seem to be available in Street Fighter 6. So, you know, you buy this game, you actually get like 8, 10?
Yeah.
Maybe 13. I don't know. I didn't do the numbers. I'm just guessing. So yeah, Street Fighter, once again, Street Fighter 6 shaping up to be the prime fighting game of the past 2 generations, maybe 3.
Yeah.
2.
It's bizarre.
And yeah, the big one, Oscar R. Krauts was revealed, because I was fucking gonna talk about it in the different news, but you know, and then I remembered, hey, yeah, that man.
Hey, it's that boy.
Yeah. Alternatively, queue up Kano Emerald. But yeah, Oscar R. Krauts, or as he likes being called, Oscar R. Slash, because he's a big Redditor, I guess.
Oh boy.
Has been revealed.
That's not what I want to hear.
That depends. Is I forget. Was the pound sign Slash or Sharp?
I think it was supposed to be. I think it was supposed to be Slash when it was in Guilty Gear / Accent Core Revelator.
Yeah, that's
Exard XX2 plus Super R plus Edition Extreme.
Yeah, that's what I remembered, because there's also
now featuring extra sex.
There's also some other thing that was supposed to be Sharp, but has nothing to do with the word sharp.
Why would it?
So yeah, Oscar R. Slash, the biggest brain Redditor of them all, has been revealed for Guilty Gear Strive. He is Nine the Phantom and Lizzie from Persona mashed together into one.
All I've heard about him is that he is Invoker, and that is confusing. Because I thought Guilty Gear was supposed to be the game where every character was designed to be as brain dead simple as possible.
He gets a free pass. He's at the soul. He gets a free pass.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
does Ishwatari like you? Then you can have as big of a moveset as you want.
yeah, man, Ishwatari hates Joanna. Anyway,
I would not be entirely shocked.
but yeah, so yeah, he seems to be Invoker, but with the normals of keep away, like mid-range keep away god Lizzie Elizabeth from Persona 4 Arena. And I deduced that by seeing the gameplay presentation that they had and seeing him use the two main normals that he uses as Elizabeth. And then being someone who plays as Elizabeth, I immediately went, yo.
Uh-oh.
I know this one.
Oh yeah. Boy.
Because yeah, the two big keep away tools for Elizabeth in mid range is the move where she swings the cards around so you can't jump over her. If memory serves, that's a good explanation of what the move is. And other one is where she just fucking decks you in the head with both of her palms and you just fly. And I saw both of those.
Yeah.
I saw both of those. So so that probably has more of Lizzie's normals, which means that at like mid to long range, he's gonna be gone. And then once you get in, if he can't get you out, then he's dead. Now his specials aren't as bad as Elizabeth. He doesn't have a nearly instant laser that he can call out behind himself. So to combo off of telling you to fuck off. But you know, he can still summon cubes to go after you, and they seem to track. So that's good enough, I guess.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll do, Pig.
And yeah, I can't give a actually like a description of all of his specials because I didn't see all of the recipes that he can have. And I'm also not sure exactly if he works like Invoker with the recipes because he has 4 slots that he can fill, and I wasn't sure. The gameplay that I saw wasn't decisive on whether or not you just fill the slot with the same move over and over again, and it's just telling you if you can actually use the special or not, or if it's actually just like the Invoker thing where it's just like, oh, or the Ninth Phantom, because I think she worked the same way, where you do this input, all right, and I have this spell saved up, then I can do the same input again, it actually does the spell. And I just have like 80 specials because of this. But yeah, like, you know, Guilty Gear Strive has like maybe 4 characters that actually seem interesting. Oscar Orkrauts is one of them.
Alright then. I gotta mention though, like, Guilty Gear Strive is mostly a fighting game that is built for the people who say fighting games are too complex. I don't want a part of this. This is spooky. I don't like this game. Sounds so complex. And here's a character who seems like he was fundamentally built to be as complex as possible.
Yes. Like honestly, like Deathman to me feels like they went, well, we want to design a character that is easier to understand. At the same time, we already have 2 characters that we can just rip their animations from and the idea from, and then just use those instead, and that saves that time, which is fine. Like, you know, that's fair. At the same time, those characters were developed before they started trying to make the characters make sense for people who don't like the complexity. So it's kind of just like fitting on round peg into a square hole. Like technically it goes in. It's not supposed to though.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's I guess that's it for that man, because neither of us own Guilty Gear Strive, so we couldn't play him even if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Then Ed Boon has confirmed all of your favorite characters are dead.
Nah.
That's it. That was his big announcement. Not even leaving it to just Mortal Kombat. All of the characters you like, specifically you, they're dead.
But it's cool though, because they're back in cameo form.
Yeah.
Did you see the list of the supposed leaked cameos?
Yes, which brings into question the validity of the leak.
Yeah, the thing that's confusing is because everybody saw, okay, yeah, Mortal Kombat 12 trailer or Mortal Kombat 1. No, I'm calling it Mortal Kombat 12. Fuck off.
It's MK12. I may be persuaded to come to an agreement with Ed and call it Mortal 1 Combat.
Oh, kill me. Yeah, it's trailer dropped, we saw it. So the cameos were the big thing that everybody was like, wait, what? Because it's not explained entirely. It seems to be that you remember that the assist mechanic from Mortal Kombat 11's Towers, where you could call it assists for 4 different moves depending on which direction you press the right stick, seems is now just going to be part of the core gameplay. So we're playing Marvel vs. Capcom 1, boys.
But the cameo system is the system where you can pay your favorite characters somewhere between $10 to $1,000, and they will record a couple of seconds on their phone for you specifically, so that you can send a message.
And like in particular, Mortal Kombat, the cameo system, a lot of people were having a lot of questions there of like, oh boy, is this going to be a Smash Brothers assist trophy thing where it's like, I really want to play Ermac, and then it's like Ermac, the newest cameo. Fuck.
Yeah.
But if the leaked list of cameos is anything to go off of, none of us are going to have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
It looks like,
yeah,
it's like such a list of non-stars.
I mean,
because correct me if I'm wrong, was it not Movado, Chameleon, Tremor?
Yes, and also Johnny Cage, the man everybody hates.
Well, Johnny Cage is also confirmed to be a playable character. In the FAQ, they say he's a playable character.
Yes.
So evidently, we're going to be getting characters who are both playable and cameos.
But no, that's the thing. It's either that, or the leaked list is fake, because I don't remember, they weren't, if memory serves from the FAQ, they weren't completely clear on whether they will be reusing playable characters as cameos or vice versa. But some people argue that they said that there wouldn't be a shared roster between the two. So like, it's either the list is fake, which, you know, we have no real reason to believe the list aside from Ermac on it, so I want it to be real. But yeah, like,
correct me if I'm wrong. Was Johnny Cage, was the pre-order listing not playable Shang Tsung and Johnny Cage cameo? Because I want to say
it was playable Shang Tsung, but I don't remember if it was Johnny Cage cameo.
Let me pull up the website. Because they definitely advertised this. Let's see. I'm pulling it open. Give me a second. Okay, well, the website doesn't say. Let's pull open the trailer. Boy, the entire end of that trailer is just a constant barrage of splorch, 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 splorch.
Yes.
Okay, I misremembered that then. It does not ever confirm that Johnny Cage is the pre-order cameo.
Okay, so yeah. So once again, it's either this is bogus or they are using roster spots. If they are like, thinking about it realistically, I want it to be the latter, both because that means that we can get any number of obscure characters playable again. And like, it doesn't drag the people just being Waluigi. But also, it means that they can reuse assets that they've already made for the playable characters.
Yes, and significantly, even if there isn't roster overlap, if there is one character off the entire Mortal Kombat cast that it makes sense to call himself in as an assist, and in fact has a history of doing so in at least one game that is rather recent, it's Johnny.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the cameo isn't Johnny, it's his stunt double.
Yeah, it's Miss Dow.
Yeah. Dude, they need to get Mrs. Johnny in this game. Come on.
I mean, we got Ronda last game, so
Yeah, and Miz, unlike Ronda, can actually somewhat act.
Yeah.
And is not a charisma vacuum. Oh, good lord.
They're not gonna have Johnny as Miz, because then they would have to make Maurice Sonya.
I'd like to see that. In this alternate timeline, Sonya is French.
Yes.
Liu Kang made some strange choices. Liu, why is Sonya French in this version? And Liu descends from the heavens, his eyes alight with that divine blue blaze, and he speaks with a great booming voice. Because French chick's hot.
I also just like the idea of him doing all that song and dance. He comes down, he shrugs, he teleports away.
Yeah, and then he goes right back up without saying anything. He just floats right back up and it makes a slide whistle noise.
Yeah. No animation. In fact, they put like a fake cell on the screen, so it looks like they're just moving the Liu Kang cell up.
Yeah. With even a little like red marker notation put in the bottom right.
Yeah.
Everyone else died on the way back to Liu Kang's home planet.
Yeah. Everyone died on the way back to Liu Kang's home dimension.
Yeah. Shit, it happened again. Time for another reset.
Yeah.
Dude, throughout the entirety of this game's run, I am going to constantly be making the joke of time for another reset.
Yep. Look, it will happen again. They've proven this.
It will. It will, because every time they make some choice that they wind up being unhappy with. And rather than just dealing with it, they decide to reset the damn timeline.
Like, you know the start of Mortal Kombat 9 when Raiden goes back with the "he must not win." Like that's just like every couple of years, Ed Boon has the dream about himself.
After a certain point, Raiden from the original timeline is sending like stuff way into the future. Like, dude, we gotta stop this shit. No, Raiden from the current timeline is sending shit to Raiden back then. Going, okay, he must not win. This shit just keeps not working. There's an episode of it's the only really good episode of Marvel's What If. It's a episode where Doctor Strange tries to harness the powers of time. See, it's an alternate what if instead of Doctor Strange losing his hands in the car crash, he instead lost the love of his life. And the episode focuses around Doctor Strange using forbidden time powers and dark magic to constantly go back and go back and go back and go back to try and save her. And no matter what he does, he always, every time he goes back and tries to find some way to save the chick from dying in the car crash, something happens that kills her. because God just wants her dead. There is, like, it doesn't matter what possibly goes right from the start of any of these timelines. Something will happen that will then make it go like, well, shit's fucked. Gotta start all over again. What was the explanation for the apocalypse in Armageddon? Was it not just... Was the Armageddon explanation for the apocalypse in Armageddon, was it not just there's too many fighters?
I genuinely have no clue. My only context, like I am looking at Armageddon right now. My only context for Armageddon is Blaze big.
Yeah, he decided he wasn't just going to sit around in the background of the pit anymore. He was going to do something, and then he'd never do something again.
Yeah.
Even though his role in Armageddon implies he must be important to the cosmology of this universe, but actually no.
Where is the Blaze cameo fighter?
Dude, going by that leaked list, we're evidently going to get it.
So I saw someone suggest something great, which is the idea that they would add a Suhao cameo fighter, but his cameo is he walks on screen, he gets decapitated, and his head acts like a projectile.
Yeah, I think that is probably going. I think a Suhao cameo is inevitable. If the leak list is correct and Mavado is there, then Suhao is inevitable. And Suhao has reached such mimetic status that I honestly think Suhao could sell DLC.
When are we getting meat? When are we getting mocap?
Meat and mocap? I think mocap is definitely in the meme territory that sells DLC. I'm honestly kind of shocked we've never got a mocap costume for Johnny.
Yeah. We get a mocap costume for Johnny and Sonya because he used their move styles or whatever, the fighting styles in Deception.
And then Ermac's special moves.
Yeah.
They were on something special when they made 4 in Deadly Alliance, you know?
Yeah.
That's not to imply that Deception or Armageddon were some works of art, but there's a bit of a difference in concepts there. Okay, so if it's going to be all 3D era jabronis as cameos, there's probably a list of 2 or 3 3D era characters that would actually make people mad to see as cameos and not full fighters, though.
David.
I think
Dagon.
Dagon, yes, obviously the Dagon fans will be rising up en masse. You thought Melina fans were bad. They are going to actually legitimately kill Ed Boon. They're going to siege his house, drag him out in the streets, and cut him up like a fucking cartel.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I think people are cool if Frost gets retired to the cameo position, at least for this game.
I mean, I would definitely be fine.
I don't think that Frost's incarnation in Mortal Kombat 11 impressed many people.
I don't know. I've heard some praise of her, but at the same time, it was in the context of, well, she's the closest we have to a cyber ninja.
Yes, which we have to know that Mortal Kombat 12 is going to be seeing either Cyrax or Sector come back. Because why did the cyber ninjas miss out on 11?
Yeah,
it's like the only game in so many years that has not had a cyber ninja. Did Deception have a cyber ninja? It didn't. But other than Deception and
Deception and 11, technically Deception had Smoke.
You're right. Okay, yeah. 11 is the only game. Let's not count Frost because she's not really a cyber ninja. 11 is the only game since 3 that has not had a cyber ninja on the roster. That's crazy. That's actually crazy to think about. And it feels a little bit off because there's not a cyber ninja, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you kind of expect it to be a Mortal Kombat classic by that point. Nonetheless, yeah, Frost can be retired. I think Kenshi as a cameo would piss people off.
Yeah.
I think there would be riots in some parts of the internet if Havoc was a cameo.
Probably.
The Havoc fan base has been slow but steady in the background for a good minute with Mortal Kombat.
I mean, my question is just like, what would they even do with Havoc? Because his old playstyle wasn't like, you know, his whole thing was supposed to be chaos, but it was just dumb instead of chaotic.
Well, I like the idea that he does something in the opposite of what you would expect happens. He snaps his own neck and it heals him, right?
Yeah.
I was also a big fan of the fact that when he shoots his fireball, he shoots his low fireball, his spine snaps in half and he bends in half. And he's still just shooting a fireball like you ordinarily would, but now he's bent in half. He shoots the fireball at your shins, and then he just comes right back up, springs right back up. If Havoc comes back in 12, he needs to have a unique thing where after having fatalities performed on him, his eyes are still blinking. And they need to make it... They need to bring back the thing from Deception, where there's him and a couple other characters that who were rather vocal when they were having fatalities done to them, and would go, "No, whoa, bring that back just for Havoc."
No. Do Havoc. Whenever you do a fatality on Havoc, the fatality actually happens to you, like in that one glitch.
He triggers. Okay, one of Havoc's fatalities he can just input. It triggers the Harakiri glitch.
Yes.
No, Havoc can input your fatalities.
Sure.
Havoc is the only character in Mortal Kombat history that can perform fatality theft.
Yeah.
And Kenshi missing out on 11. Kenshi's probably back for 12. Kenshi, I think, is the one character out of the 3D era that has more or less locked himself in for being around every other game, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. So, there's got to be, at the very least, though, a cameo fighter for, and I know he is the forbidden one, and for good reason, but you know there is someone in the NetherRealm office who would love to make a cameo fighter for Baraicho. And you know what the problem with that would be?
All for Baraicho fans.
Yes, they are a problem, but you know what the other problem would be?
What?
One of Baraicho's moves as a cameo would almost certainly be he comes on screen and makes a fart cloud.
Yes.
And that's problem enough on its own that he can do that at all. But as assist moves go, you know that is a monstrous assist move.
Oh, yeah.
A trap that can just be left on screen and it gets a stun. That is a power assist.
Okay, you know, here's a character that I want to be playable in MK12, but I know that if he's gonna get it to MK12, he's gonna be a cameo. Cobra,
I feel, is one of those ones that's really redeemable, though.
I mean, with Cobra, I just kind of want them to make him actually genuinely just be Ken Masters, but without Hadouken.
I do like the idea of Ken in Mortal Kombat as this evil asshole that rips people's hearts out. And I feel particularly now...
Cobra is what happens when Ken's NFT business doesn't make the Vestas Corporation go under.
The corruption of the NIFTs sets in fully. Oh, good God, no, Ken! Ryu arrives for the intervention, Ken. You must stop with your apes.
Yeah.
And Ken's got a JPEG of an ape on his phone in one hand, and in the other hand, he has the heart of an innocent. We gotta stay till it goes up, Ryu. We gotta stay till it goes up. We're gonna make it, Ryu. We're gonna. Ken, no! You are my brother. I hate you.
But yeah, like I just like this idea that Cobra would actually genuinely just be a Shoto. Like no real like frills or anything. He's just a Shoto in Mortal Kombat for no reason. Like, and like if they made him actually just be a Shoto, he would be one of my new mains. Cause
yeah.
Because at that point, why learn character? Just Shoto.
Yeah. It's a logical decision to make.
But yeah, like if he even gets on the roster, I expect him to be a cameo fighter because I think there's genuinely like maybe a group of 5 people across the world who like Cobra, including me.
If you include ironic enjoyers, it goes up.
I suppose.
The one that doesn't have any fans, ironic or otherwise, out of the Deception grouping is definitely Kira.
Oh, I forgot she existed.
Exactly.
Did you know that she was in the Game Boy Advance Mortal Kombat? One of them? There were 2?
I believe I did know that, yes.
Alright. That game was 3D somehow.
Yeah. Like, legitimately one of the craziest things put on the Game Boy Advance hardware.
Like, it didn't Tekken Advance, which was just Tekken 3, but with worse graphics, of course.
Yeah. If it had better graphics, I'd have been asking some questions. What is this wizardry, sirs?
But yeah, so let's actually discuss the leaked list for the people who didn't hear. But yeah, so there was a leaked list of cameo fighters and playable characters in Mortal Kombat 12. The cameo fighters are Johnny Cage, Tremor. Who else did we say already?
Bravado, Chameleon.
Is that it?
I think there was 5. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this actually came from Amazon Italy accidentally, right?
Yes.
So I'm willing to bet that this DLC list is probably going to get revealed in a month anyways. Because this game is coming out, like, this game just got revealed and the release date is pretty well tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, we are what, 3 months out, 4 months out from the game's release?
Something like that.
It's pretty well a guarantee that on Friday, PlayStation is going to be showing footage.
Yeah.
Which is going to be crazy for me, because Thursday is going to be when Warhammer doing their big thing.
Pharah is the 5th one.
Terra?
Pharah from Predator.
Oh, right, Pharah! Yes, okay, that raises some questions. Because Mortal Kombat X, they made it clear, Pharah and Tor are of the same species. Pharah was a child, Tor was an adult. That species, as they get older, they get bigger and they get dumber. Tor, their arcade ending is Tor reaches old age and dies. Pharah grows up to an adult and becomes a giant, dumb monster like Tor. The fact that it's listed as just Pharah and not Pharator implies that the cameo fighter is just going to be a grown-up, big, meaty Pharah.
That is the information that I have seen, yes.
Which raises the question of, okay, she's a cameo, but they screwed up here because I think Marissa just proves on Street Fighter 6's side the interest at big woman meat, God, that sounds even worse than big man meat, is bigger than ever. Big, meaty women. There we go. That's not woman meat. That sounds like cannibalism. No, meaty women. There we go. Beef women. There you go. The interest in beef women is at an all-time high. It also raises the question of, wait, so did Liu Kang make it where Pharah was born earlier in time? Because it looks like this is like a young Kung Lao, a young Scorpion, a young Sub-Zero, but an older Pharah? But Pharah in the Mortal Kombat X timeline was young around the same time that Kung Lao would be in his 50s.
If he were still alive.
Not only is Kung Lao alive in this game, Addy, he is double alive. There are, for some reason, 2 of him.
I know.
I'm trying to figure that out. Is that supposed to be the alternate timeline Kung Jin? Is it supposed to be that in this timeline, since Kung Lao never died, he was there to help Kung Jin not be treated shittily by the monks?
I think it may be that, or maybe it's just the Great Kung Lao and normal Kung Lao at the same time. For some reason.
Boy, that would be strong service of Liu Kang for a friend. Hey, you know that ancestor you're obsessed with? I made it so he'll be born at the same time as you, so you can hang out with him.
Yeah.
Which would kind of remove the mystique of him, but here you go, asshole. I gotta,
yeah.
I gotta say, that cameo list. Johnny's already on roster. Farah's a fairly recent jobber. I still think Ferrator has a lot of potential as a character that was not fully realized in Mortal Kombat X. In large part because even though it was an interesting gameplay idea of controlling 2 characters at the same time in a series that has historically not let you do that, the trouble Ferrator had was that there was no character to them.
Yeah.
It was just big and tiny. And compared to the other bad guy jobber they had in that game, Aaron Black is drenched in personality, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that was Ferrator's biggest problem. The problem with Ferrator was that they needed to have personality given to them, and this isn't going to do it. Nonetheless, the other 3, Tremor, Chameleon, Movado, those are all old, stinky jabronis.
Yeah, but also, I think this might not be male Chameleon. I think this might be female Chameleon.
Is it a C or a K?
K.
Oh, it's female Chameleon.
Yeah.
That is a surprise, but a welcome one.
Yes.
Male Chameleon just kind of blends in, whereas the female ninjas, by now, there's only ever really been 3 of them. And all 3 of them have now deviated pretty hard from the classic female ninja design.
Yeah.
And Kitana and Jade walk around without a mask 90% of the time nowadays anyways. Even Melina goes without the mask sometimes nowadays, which is frightening for some people, but interesting for me. There is something wrong with me. Nonetheless, Chameleon, yeah, that is a surprise. It also calls into question, what kind of cameo assist moves is Chameleon going to use? Because the entire Chameleon gimmick is that they just mix up the different moves from the characters that they are the hybrids of.
Yeah.
So is it just going to be an assist who has, on one button, Melina teleport kick. On the next button, Katana fan throw. The next button, Jade shadow kick.
Maybe. Or,
you know what I'm also getting a strong feeling of from the idea of the cameos? If the cameos are going to focus on jabronis.
Or Chameleon could have the moves of the 3 other female ninjas that aren't going to get into the game.
Oh, right, yes. I forgot Scarlet existed.
Scarlet, Tanya, someone
Tanya's
else.
not a ninja.
He's close enough.
Was there no... I'm almost getting it mixed up now in my head. Frost is actually a ninja. Yes, that is correct. I feel like she'd be more interesting that way anyways. Nonetheless, yeah, you're probably right. There is a good chance that Chameleon will just be pulling out the moves of Scarlet and Frost, who will be missing here. In the same way that Shang Tsung inexplicably was the character they decided to go, hey, Ermac and Reptile aren't here, but you can play Shang Tsung. What? Why would I play Shang Tsung to play Ermac or Reptile?
Yeah. It's not even play Ermac or Reptile. Play this one move of Ermac or Reptile.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it is the most important move from either character.
Yeah, I don't know. The Soul Ball was heavily buffed in Mortal Kombat X.
yeah, that's fair. The thing though that I'm noticing, that I'm wondering about, is for them to be using this on jabronis, jobbers, goobers, gooferinos. Do you think that cameos are going to be the testing pool for them to try out characters they're thinking of bringing in?
Maybe.
Because Movado in particular is one character that you could tell someone at NetherRealm thinks he's great and underappreciated, you know?
I don't know, because this is the first time I've heard of him in the past, 10 years.
Yeah, but in the games he was actually present for, they made a big deal out of him.
That's true. But then do we know for sure that guy still works at NetherRealm?
That is a good question. However, do we know for sure that guy isn't Ed?
No. No, we do not.
Either which way.
Yeah, then we also have the actual DLC list of DLC characters that are playable, featuring Quan Chi, the first DLC
My
every
boy.
time. Ermac.
Your boy.
And Takeda.
Neither of us mind him.
Yeah. Out of the combat kits, he's the one I like the most.
He is the one out of the combat kids that no one has beef with.
Yeah. And then also, at least 5 flavors of Evil Superman.
Oh, we gotta get the whole rainbow of Evil Superman up in this bitch.
So we have Peacekeeper, who is not an evil Superman, but he's here.
Peacemaker.
Yeah, whatever. Peacemaker. All of these comics people blend together. They're all made of paper.
Oh God.
Yeah, Peacemaker, Homelander, and Omni-Man allegedly are coming to Mortal Kombat 12.
A very solid collection of the very worst human beings to ever be put in on a comic book page. Oh, well, correction, Omni-Man is not human. He's an alien.
Ah.
I had that incorrect.
But yeah, as always, the list of guest characters is there. I don't care.
I was about to say, the list of guest characters, very, very exciting for everyone except Addy every time. I mean, the thing is, the guest character, in particular, the guest characters that would really excite you, and would also excite me, of course, but nonetheless, would be characters from other fighting games. The issue is, nobody wants to put their characters in Mortal Kombat and watch them get brutally murdered.
Yeah.
Like, Sony Santa Monica are the only other game dev that has been totally kosher with, yeah, sure, take Kratos and have him be horribly murdered in 800 different ways. We'll live with it. Yeah, it's all very, very much like Western TVs and movies, which are not your jam at all.
Yeah.
With that said, as soon as I saw Omni-Man and Homelander, I went, okay, on one hand, that's dumb because they're both Superman. So they're going to have to put in a lot of work making these characters play differently, even though by all means they should have the exact same fucking kit. On the other hand, those two properties are at their very, very, very peaks. Homelander in particular is an extremely popular character with a lot of people, and some of them not for the right reasons. Homelander is one of those characters, Addy, that sometimes appeals to the wrong people, right?
Yeah, the whole Homelander is the Griffith.
Yeah. Yeah, Homelander's got it going both ways on that one. because simultaneously Homelander's whole gimmick is that he's a racist, narcissist, misogynist who is a horrible rapist. So naturally, you've got your racists and rapists and misogynists love him. But also, he's got the sad backstory. So you've also got some of the people that are like, I can fix him, though.
Yeah. Like Griffith.
Omni-Man is a very different case. Omni-Man is now very popular with memesters. Because, let's see, how many memes are there of Omni-Man? Because there's two I can think of off the top of my head. Because there's Think Mark Think, which of course got turned into so many goddamn imitations. Holy shit.
So Omni-Man is J. Jonah, not Homelander.
Yeah.
Okay.
Homelander is some blonde asshole, I don't remember his name. Omni-Man is also the, so when do I get to have fun? Well, that's the great part. You don't meme.
Yeah, they have to put that into the game and then make him a zoner.
Yes.
Make him a zoner.
I am almost certain that if he does beat you, like Mortal Kombat 11, remember every character had 4 different win poses you could pick from if you didn't do a finisher. I almost guarantee that one of the 4 win poses Omni-Man gets, if they keep that mechanic, one of the 4 win poses Omni-Man gets will be the Think Mark Think bit.
Yeah, it will have two transmutations. It will have the basic one, the normal one, and it will also have the Kim Kardashian pose one.
And I guarantee you both Homelander and Omni-Man will have several mimetic references to their TV shows in dialogue with Johnny Cage.
Yeah.
Like, it is almost certainly he will go up to Johnny and say, I'm going to beat your ass. And then Johnny says, well, when do I get to hit you back? And Omni-Man will say something like, that's the great part. You don't.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But yeah, like if Ed Boon wanted to wow me personally with the Western TV editions, they would have to add like Malcolm's dad. Not even.
Oh my god.
Not even fucking the Breaking Bad version.
Not Walter White. Malcolm's
Walter
dad.
White. Yeah, just explicitly Malcolm's dad, Hugh.
Well, he's already tied to Mortal Kombat, remember?
Is he?
Yeah, do you remember? There's one episode where Malcolm's dad comes down to the living room and sees that I think Reese and Dewey are playing a game. And he says, oh, you guys are still playing Mortal Kombat? And Reese or Dewey, no, Dewey says, yeah, we're still stuck on the second level. No, wait, Dewey says, yeah, we're still stuck on Sub-Zero. Or no, I forget what it was. But either which way, yeah, we're still stuck on Sub-Zero. Hal looks out the window and like almost kind of wistfully, don't be ridiculous. Nobody beats Sub-Zero.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
That one's great because it's simultaneously, okay, Hal evidently plays Mortal Kombat and takes it seriously enough that he's got Sub-Zero memorized and considers him a challenging foe. But also, Sub-Zero's like the first or second enemy you fight in the arcade mode of Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah.
So Hal evidently has never got that far.
So yeah, they should put Hal in.
What they should have is he should be a stance character that can switch between Hal and Walter White.
Yeah.
You can tell which one you're fighting based on where the hair is.
Yeah.
Hal has better movement options because he's got the roller skates and he can call in the big buff men as strikers. Walter White
can also speed walk.
Walter White has a gun.
That's all of his that's all of his specials. He has one special on forward heavy punch. It's a gun.
So you want to know something extra great?
What?
One of the Breaking Bad seasons on DVD comes with a bonus scene where after the end of the series, where Walter White, spoilers for Breaking Bad, skip ahead 10 seconds, Walter White dies at the end, and then it cuts very abruptly to then Bryan Cranston putting a wig on, or I guess not wearing the bald cap. And they got the actress that played Lois back as well, and they're laying in bed, and it's Hal wakes up and he goes, I just had the strangest dream where I was a meth cook, a meth kingpin. And Lois just goes like, oh, Hal, just go back to sleep. implying that the entirety of Breaking Bad is canon to Malcolm in the Middle, in that it is just a series of dreams and or fantasies that Hal has.
Nice. So yeah, just put in Hal.
Like, at this point, we're making Walter White the dark alternate personality of Hal. Like,
like you have Hal and you have shit Hal.
It's Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah. But yeah, if there was a Mortal Kombat 12 DLC announcement, then it was just like Hell from Malcolm in the Middle, I'd be like, yo. Finally, a guest character I care about.
Okay.
Only took 3 games.
I have to wonder, has anyone at NetherRealm thought to ask somebody at SNK? Because I don't think for Mortal Kombat 9 or X or even 11 they would have asked, because SNK was not made famous again yet. It was not until Terry was put in Smash that KOF regained relevancy. But what if for Season 2 of DLC they asked, who would you want off the KOF cast? Challenge mode, no Rugal.
I mean, I was gonna say Geese because then they can make a stage fatality with him. That's just his losing animation from Fatal Fury.
Oh my god! If the DLC characters from Mortal Kombat came with stages, which I wish they did, then yes, I would absolutely love to fight on top of the fucking Millennium Tower as Mortal Kombat characters.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just imagining like they end the pit, for example, as a stage, and then if you fight Geese, then if you input the stage fatality or input, then he has a special camera angle, so it looks like the ending for Fatal Fury where he falls off the tower.
And whoever's fighting him tries to save him?
Sure.
Regardless of how little sense it makes?
Yeah.
Like, it's some horrible sadist like Molina goes to save him and is like, oh no!
Yeah.
Or it's got Goro. I want Goro trying to save Geese as he's falling. And Goro with his big deep voice, oh no, Geese! And now Goro has to raise Rock Howard. Rock Howard has like got set up a set of animatronic secondary arms to imitate Goro's fighting style.
It's not even that. No, he just has two lugs on a string that he lifts to move with his normal arms.
Oh my god. Whoever beats Geese has to raise Rock.
Yeah.
Okay, who would do the best at taking over raising Rock and who would do the worst? I feel like we've already got to see that Scorpion's a good adoptive dad, so let's not count him.
Well, Sub-Zero failed at raising Frost, so I guess he would be bad.
That's the funny thing. Scorpion's kind of a dick. Sub-Zero's a nice guy, so you'd expect Sub-Zero to raise the good kid and Scorpion to raise the bad kid. No, other way around.
But then we also have to consider that was Kuai Liang, not Bi-Han.
Yeah. Well, Bi-Han's even more of a dick than Scorpion is.
So he might be a better father.
That's how it works.
I mean, we legitimately don't know how the King of Edenia raised Kitana, so Ermac is kind of up in the air. Johnny
he didn't raise Kitana. Maybe he would have tried, but yeah, I believe there is currently a hammer passing through his skull at the moment. Shao Kahn raised Kitana.
I know, but do we know when in Kitana's life the takeover of Edenia took place?
It must have been when she was a kid, because she didn't figure out until later in life that Shao Kahn wasn't her dad.
Yeah.
I think. But wait, was Kitana's dad not also the father of Taven and Dagon?
I don't know.
I thought that was the case. And in that particular case, he was like, I'm going to take my sons and I'm going to put them in eggs. Father of the Year.
I'm going to check. I guess Johnny would be an alright dad.
It's already been demonstrated that Sonya was the shit parent out of that pairing.
Yeah.
The issue there is then you have Rock and Cassie as brother and sister. And so something tells me if you get... Oh, no, never mind, actually. I was about to say something dumb.
Oh, then let's see. Who else have we seen? I mean, both Devourer and Reptile would be weird parents.
Oh, good lord. I mean, Reptile, I would almost expect to be discreetly good at it because he'd see that as at least some form of reproduction, which he is ordinarily denied.
Yeah, maybe.
But Devourer would probably just eat the child.
Yeah.
Like, it's Devourer.
Okay, so no, Taven and Dagon are in fact not the sons of the King of Edenia, they are the sons of the god of Edenia.
Oh, that's a little bit of a jump.
Yeah.
However, that's probably the standard of parenting that the rest of the Edenians look up to.
During his early character development, Taven was referred to as Bob.
Bomb?
Bob. B-O-B.
Bob?
Yeah.
I would like that better, honestly, because that's just so stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at Dagon too.
Dude, yesterday I was losing my mind recording the Street Fighter 6 beta because I could not remember the name of Shujinko to save my life.
Speaking of Shujinko, I wouldn't mind if he came back as a playable character. Just for the hell of it.
I definitely think we'll see Shujinko as a cameo. Like, that I think is inevitable. However, I would not be shocked if most of his Shujinkoing is falling over and dying.
Yeah. I like these. I have like suggested pages on the side, and it's just like Liu Kang, correct timeline.
Yep, that's where we are now.
And Liu Kang current timeline isn't even actually the current timeline Liu Kang, because it's evil Liu Kang from 2 timelines ago, technically.
Right, because they haven't gone through and changed everybody's names to say, like, 9 timeline, or he must win timeline.
Okay, so this is weird. But anyway, yeah, Dagon doesn't have a working name like Bob. Sadly, he is, however, the half-brother of Rain, which Taven doesn't seem to be.
Oh, what was that?
Never mind. Wait, yeah. Huh. Okay, yeah, they are half brothers with Rain.
I was about to say, I want to say they should have the same mother. Because that's the opening cutscene of Conquest Mode in Armageddon, is you see the mom and dad. Because I don't remember her being like, yeah, my kid Taven, I don't care what happens to that other little shit. Though that would certainly explain why Dagon is the way he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that at some point one of the cameo packs will probably be the past protagonist pack, right? And it's a cameo pack of Shujinko, Taven, and Cassie. Because Cassie's probably not going to be playable in this game. They'll probably have to pull some time travel bullshit. Well, then again, if Shang Tsung's going to be rocking his timeline, that means they get to have their cake and eat it too.
Yes.
Because if it's like, if something doesn't work out in the Liu Kang timeline, they can just say, well, it still happened to the Shang Tsung timeline.
The best protagonist
I will say,
pack, it's the best protagonist pack. It's a pack featuring 5 separate versions of Liu Kang.
Yeah.
including Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2 because he has different friends, Zombie Liu Kang, current timeline, I guess, Liu Kang. Like young Liu Kang from MK11.
Good lord.
And so Zombie Liu Kang still doesn't use his chains.
No, of course not. Why would he? It's still there just to mess with you.
Like he will in his introduction cutscene, he will still use it to do like cool combos, and then when you start playing him, he is just Liu Kang still.
The chains disappear outright.
No, because then you have a reason to not use them. No, they have these like they like most other things in the game. They are actually like keyframed. They're not even just ragdolls. They're keyframed to look really nice.
I was hoping you would say that there would be ragdolls and they'd be really doofy ragdolls that glitch out constantly.
No, because that would be easy on the devs. No, they are properly like keyframed to look cool as shit, but you can't use them.
Yeah. Oh, good lord.
But yeah, so I guess that's all we can talk about with MK11. Cause oh wait, no.
Well, we can still talk about the story, of course.
But yeah, I also wanted to note this. I actually have to have a comment about this saved, just so I remember that the combat pack will feature Johnny Cage looking like Jean-Claude Van Damme, which is the biggest fucking callback.
Yes, it is.
Like I hope it's explicitly Bloodsport Van Damme, and then fucking let me see. There was a comment related to this that I wanted to talk about because it was funny. Of like John whenever in that outfit, Johnny's like intro animation is just him carrying the head of the original Johnny Cage actor.
I feel like half the cast, when they hear Jean-Claude Johnny, should just be going, Johnny, I can't understand a word you're saying. But yeah, that is funny that after all these years, we've finally got Jean-Claude Johnny, you know?
Yeah.
Especially considering Johnny from the beginning was supposed to be a parody of Jean-Claude Van Damme, saying that he was a big Dumbo and a pain in the ass. And now Jean-Claude is playing a character who is a parody of himself.
Yeah.
These things, sometimes they just work out. Nonetheless, yeah, that is pretty funny. It's definitely, I mean, it was weird when they first did this with Jax in Mortal Kombat X of the Carl Weathers DLC, where it's like, no, you're not playing as Carl Weathers. You're playing as Jax still, but now he's just Jax voiced by Carl Weathers, and he has the face of Carl Weathers.
Yeah.
So bizarre. Either which way. So to throw on at the end here. So the story thing, I do find it funny. We were kind of talking about before. I was kind of saying, you know, I don't see how they can make a story here if Liu Kang is God. Because it's like, well, okay, is the story just that Liu Kang sucked at being God, so there are still a lot of things that went wrong? No, apparently the gimmick is supposed to be that both of Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath's endings are simultaneously canon.
Yeah,
therefore Liu Kang is the god of one timeline and Shang is the god of another.
Yeah, the reason we are getting a game is because of Chim.
Yeah.
Great Kung Lao has reached Chim. He will now be able to replace all of the dragons Liu Kang turns into Macho Man.
Oh, good lord. No one can handle this power in Liu's timeline.
And he can also just add like random anime girls to follow him.
This is too much. This is crossing the line. Come on, Master Chief.
Yeah. He also has lightsabers for some reason.
I mean, Vader and Yoda and Starkiller were in Soul Cal. The line has already been crossed.
Yeah.
So the question I have here is, does this mean that Shang is such a dick that even if he has the powers of God, he still chooses to make the world suck?
Yes.
Like, one would think even an absolute awful person would maybe have just one little corner of the globe where he messes with people and bullies people for fun. But the rest of the globe, he'd probably give, absolute harmony and, hey, everything's cool. But no, apparently Shang's probably just gonna be a dick. Which I guess if there's anyone off the Mortal Kombat cast who would do that, it's probably, well, Shao Kahn or Quan Chi, but then Shang's next,
I don't know. I feel like Shang is a. This is one of those things where like the alliance, but the Shang feels more assholeish to me, but there's probably just because he's been around longer.
Yeah. What'll be the thing that I think would be really funny is if they go to the fullest extent of this, where in Lu's timeline, he has gone out of his way to not just ensure that the good things happen to the good guys, but the good things happen to the bad guys. Because the trailer we've just got implies that in this timeline, not only have Scorpion and Sub-Zero, Scorpion and Bi-Han never started feuding, and they are apparently not only just kosher with each other, they are apparently teaming up.
That's the thing. Like Scorpion and Bi-Han never had to start the feud because Quan Chi doesn't exist.
I would appreciate that if Quan Chi and Shang Tsung and Shao are the three where Lu just drew the line and said, no, you don't get to be here this time. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like Reptile, Baraka, Melina, I'll go out of my way. I'll keep them around and I'll make sure they have good lives so they never end up being dicks. You three, fuck you. Gone. You were never born. The moment your parents met, I stepped in and I put a brick wall between their eyes. They never saw each other. Nonetheless, and they also show Melina is apparently now kosher with Kitana. And they seem to rule over either Edenia or Outworld as twin queens? I don't know. It's going to call into question one particular thing, though, of is Melina going to have the same appeal to a lot of people if she's not a sadistic freak, but is actually like a good person and a hero?
It's fine, Alex. Like 20 minutes into the story, Shang Tsung Melina shows up and kills good Melina.
She probably eats her and gains her power.
Yeah.
And that's one character where I'm not joking. Like, ordinarily, the eat them to gain their power line, that's a joke. Melina, no, that's probably just actually what she's going to do. See, that would be interesting if what this is an excuse to do... Okay, so in DC Comics, they had the Antimatter universe, which was a universe where the morality was inverted. Where the biggest superheroes were Lex Luthor, the Joker, Darkseid, you get the idea, while the biggest supervillains were Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Similarly, Transformers at one point did a universe called Shattered Mirror, where the Autobots were evil and Decepticons were good. Megatron was the hero, Optimus Prime was a big evil bastard. If this is like where we're going to have one universe where the entire cast is good, because Lu made sure to give all the previous bad guys good lives and even better lives for the previous good guys, while in the other timeline, Shang made sure to give Baraka and Reptile even shittier lives than they had before. My God, think about that. But also made sure to screw up the good guys' lives in such ways that they ended up being dickholes. That would actually be interesting if we get, like, a Kung Lao that is just a ginormous piece of shit. Oh, Kung Lao's one of the good guys I can more easily see falling to the bad side just because his thing with Lu has always been, I gotta be the best. I gotta be better than Lu. Lu's such an asshole. He thinks he's better than me. I gotta be better than Lu. Right? That's an easy character to turn evil.
His thing has always been, Hana, Satsui no Hano.
Oh my God, could you imagine? Could you imagine if the Mortal Kombat 12 trailer had that shot of the two Kung Laos meeting and the one Kung Lao from Lu's universe just kind of goes, huh? and the camera slowly pans to behind the Shang universe, the Shangiverse, Lao's back, and the Musatsu just appears on his back.
Yeah. Airhead's throw.
Kung Lao starts the teleport animation, but rather than going down, he goes sideways.
Yeah. He also is an Ashura Senkuman because the Satsui no Hado doesn't actually exist in Mortal Kombat, he just runs.
Yeah. The opponent just blinks at the wrong time. That's all that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I want?
What?
I want Shang Tsung to be the pettiest god ever. I want them to go there. Lu's not dead. Lu's not being really, like, tortured in hell. He's just got Lu doing something really stupid eternally. Like, he's just got him eternally stuck in a gimp suit dancing the Macarena.
I don't know. I was just imagining like Lu is just stuck in a constant loop of scrubbing off floor. But whenever he turns around to wet his sponge, he knocks over the bucket, making more of a mess.
And every time he goes, oh no, oh
yeah.
No, you know what? That's what Shang has his universe's version of Shao Kahn doing.
Maybe.
Okay, so Ermac in the DLC, we know that Lu's universe Ermac has got to be, of course, the Deception Ermac. That's a cool guy.
But no, that's the thing. In Lu's universe, assuming he fixed all of the wrongs, in Lu's universe, Ermac doesn't exist.
Oh, that's right.
Because
for a second, I was almost ready to say in Lu's universe, Ermac is just Kitana's dad.
He already kind of is. he's mostly Kitana's dad.
But I'm imagining in Shang's universe, though, I'd have to imagine Ermac is just a to-go cup for Shang, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is too many souls. Oh, I'm already full. Don't worry. Can we get a to-go bag? Can we get one of those little white styrofoam containers? Okay, good. But it's Ermac, and he just pulls Ermac out of his pocket and stuffs him with souls.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Okay, here's the thing. Shang Tsung's definitely going to be the final boss, right?
Yeah.
So, Ermac's arcade ending is in 12 is definitely going to be him getting some payback.
Hopefully. Okay, in the biggest evil movie
How
of them
many
all.
souls does Ermac suck out of Shang Tsung?
Good question.
Does he just punch Shang Tsung in the gut and make him throw up? Like Cell? Like Cell throwing up 18?
I'm just imagining...
Don't just give me your lunch that you're about to eat. Give me your lunch that you've already eaten, nerd.
Okay, imagine this. You're playing as Ermac in the arcade ladder. You beat Shang Tsung. It's a hard boss fight. You beat him. The final animation is Ermac sucker punches Shang in the gut. Shang Shang bends over. He starts throwing up souls onto the ground. Pen to the ground. Ermac is only lying down in the trajectory, mouth open.
Ermac is forcing Shang Tsung to baby bird him.
Yeah.
I'm imagining also that Shang is making that derpy face that Cell does when he's throwing up, right?
Yeah.
Of the the dry heaving, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay, which good and evil meeting between any of the characters do you think would be the most entertaining?
I mean, I was gonna say anyone from the original universe, a good Shao Kahn, but then I remembered, oh yeah, original universe doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, a bad Johnny Cage, good Goro meeting would be funny.
Yeah.
And it would still end the same way it did in the movie.
Yeah. I'm imagining good Goro, evil Kung Lao. I killed your grandpa 200 years ago because he was a dick.
Yeah. And then Kung Lao goes, no, you didn't. And the great Kung Lao walks in.
And Goro's got to do what Goro's got to do. Bane breaks Batman backs. Goro kills Great Kung Laos. Got to get to work. Got to get those numbers up.
Yeah.
So I feel like if there's any Mortal Kombat game, they'll have a good explanation for why a lot of the characters are not around. Like, there's stretches in Mortal Kombat 9 or X where it's like, okay, where's this dude right now? Where is Onaga? Well, probably not Onaga. He's actually probably still stuck in the egg. But, like, where is Cabal during this? Mortal Kombat 12 is going to have the most solid answer of, oh, the good versions of these characters are probably just sitting at home, retired. Yeah. Or never became a fighter to begin with.
Okay, what is Cabal doing right now? Being a cop?
Yeah, being a regular cop with no burned face.
Oh wait, no, never mind. Actually, so in MK11 they retconned that. I just remembered.
Oh right, he was always a criminal.
Yeah, never mind that he was Striker's squad mate in 9. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, Striker just never noticed. Man, you know one character that's not coming back for 12? Striker. Yeah. May want to let things cool a little bit before we try that one out again. 9 is so uncomfortable playing Striker because almost every line out of Striker's mouth is a police brutality joke. And it's just like, fuck.
Okay. In Shang Tsung's universe, Striker is from the south.
Oh boy!
he walks onto screen. he has the Punisher patch.
Oh boy! Oh god! No!
On one of his
wait!
On one of his shoulders, he has the Punisher patch. On the other shoulder, he has the Confederate flag.
Oh boy! I'm imagining, like, he arrives on screen, Johnny Cage is there, right? Because if there's anyone that's got to make a comment there, it's Johnny Cage. And Johnny Cage naturally just goes, oof.
Yeah.
I imagine, like, regular good Striker is just there, like, guys, I'm not actually like this, okay? Okay?
Guys,
hear me out, okay?
Guys, I'm from East End.
Yeah. I have black friends.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Reptile is definitely going to be on roster for 12 because he missed 11, and Reptile's one of these characters who, if he misses a game, it's a guarantee he'll be in the next one. He's just one of the classic, iconic Mortal Kombat characters. However, I feel like Reptile in the good universe, Reptile would have the best explanation also of why he's not hanging around fighting.
Yeah.
Because if Liu Kang is God, that means the Zetarians didn't just get wiped out, and odds are Reptile is waist deep in some fucking scaly action.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I wish they would just settle on making Reptile an actual reptile or just a normal human.
Well, that's what would a good reptile even look like? Yeah.
Because like you know, I like Reptile being just actually a dude with the powers of a reptile, and that's why they call him that. Like, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with Reptile actually just being a fucking lizard man for some reason. Sure, that's cool too. I don't like the middle man where it's like whatchamacallit, the Shaolin Monks design, for example, where it's just like, I am vaguely reptile themed. I am also possibly an actual reptile, but I am very much just a dude who looks like a mummy.
Okay, Lu versus Reptile should be fully Lizard Man because he's not hiding anything. He's going in.
Yeah.
Shang Reptile should be wearing the weird human skin.
Sure.
Because by that point, the other Zetarians are dead, because Shang has certainly done the same thing Shao Kahn did of killing all the rest and keeping Reptile perpetually stuck on a string, promising he'll bring him back if he does this one last thing. That Reptile should be more insidious, more manipulative, and it should be someone's actual skin that he ripped off and is wearing, like the dude from Men in Black 1.
And as a callback to the old sprites, it's Scorpion's skin.
Yeah. Right, because in Shang's universe, Scorpion still went through the whole thing with Bi-Han, logically speaking, because Shang wants the worst event to occur in every possible timeline. So Bi-Han still got wrecked after murdering the shit out of Scorpion's family.
Yeah, presumably, because there was no mediation between the two, Kuai Liang would have killed Scorpion.
What I'm almost wondering is, I feel like if Bi-Han's still alive, I kind of wonder if like Kuai Liang is just like a computer engineer or a computer programmer.
Apparently Kuai Liang has another ninja persona already called Tundra.
Oh, okay. I mean, part of the question is inevitably going to be that Lu won't get it all right. He's got to fuck up in some places and actually make things worse. I hope
Kano is actually just Kano is actually just like a member of Chumbawamba.
Yeah, I was about to Kano as a cool dude. Okay. Evil Kano is maximum scumbag criminal, right? Shang vs. Kano is like the Shang. Okay, I just had a stupid idea.
What?
In Luverse, Kano is a pro wrestler. In Shangverse, Kano is inexplicably president of the United States, even though he's Australian.
Yes. What? Oh, it's okay. I found a source of the whole Tundra thing where apparently in MK9, Smoke mentions that Kuai Liang was used to be called Tundra.
Oh, you're right. And he dropped the identity when Bi-Han died. And when Smoke and him are hanging out in the Mortal Kombat 2 stretch of the game, that gets mentioned.
But I also like...
Oh, dude!
Yeah?
They can have Human Smoke and Robo Smoke at the same time.
Yes.
Because in Luverse, he stays human, and Shangverse, he's Robo Smoke.
Also, human and Cyborg Smoke and Sector again.
Yeah, again.
But I also like these suggested pages as popular. Mortal Kombat 12, Onaga's Revenge, Mortal Kombat 13.
Oh boy! Forget 12, we're skipping straight to 13.
Mortal Kombat
like
12,
Windows 9, it didn't happen.
Mortal Kombat 12, Onaga's Revenge.
You know what I want to see as just a little Easter egg?
What?
At some point, a cutscene should start out in the Luverse, and it's the Onaga egg. The camera's really close in on the Onaga egg.
But the problem with the Onaga egg... The problem with the Onaga egg is that something needs to happen. Like Reptile needs to go into like a metamorphosizing state to turn into the egg, and then he turns into Onaga.
Yeah, but like in the Luverse, the camera starts as a close up of the Onaga egg, and then it slowly pans outward, and a giant Liu Kang just picks it up and cracks it over a frying pan. I gotta say, the decision to make both endings of Aftermath canon and it be a battle between universes has completely turned me around from being very disinterested in 12's story to, okay, there's potential for japes here if they don't screw it up. If they don't screw it up. They probably will, going by how they handled 11.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, at the very least, this is funny for us to talk about right now. Okay, who is the most impossible character in Mortal Kombat 11 to turn good? How would Lou fix, like... Does Lou fix Shinnok by just making Kronika not be a shit mother?
Maybe?
Now I'm stuck trying to remember what other final boss... Oh my god. What do Drammen and Moloch look like in Lou's universe?
Yeah.
They might be two that Lou just, like, kind of sweeps off the board.
Yeah.
Drammen and Moloch are born as babies and then just abruptly float up into the sky. Again, slide whistles. Whoop! My god, it's a floating masked baby. It's going into space.
They bring back Nitara, and the way you can tell the Louverse or the Shagverse version of her is that the Shagverse uses her old design, and the Louverse one actually has clothes on.
For a second, I thought you were going to say the Louverse one is wearing the Kiss costume.
That might be better.
Could you imagine Louverse? Nitara is an actual, like, rock star.
Yeah.
Like, several of these characters we can get rid of without, like... It was kind of funny in Mortal Kombat 9 or X or 11 how they'd get rid of some old goofy 3D characters by killing them. It was funny seeing Su Hao die 8 million times because they could never remember who killed him. They just know he died a lot. But it got kind of annoying when it was like, here's... Kira is dead in a single sentence. And it's like, could we not thought of anything more creative than that?
Yeah.
12 could get rid of a lot of those bad characters in really funny ways with stuff like that.
Yeah. Like, I want Mocap to be revealed to be like a lesser god. And he, like Liu Kang
gathers the council of his gods, and rather than like all the loser shitty old elder gods of Raiden and Shinnok and Fujin, Liu Kang's council is him and Mocap and who else?
But in his MK11 ending, his council was Kitana, Kung Lao, and himself with a space open for Mocap, I guess.
Yeah. You can't see it too well because of low resolution, but the seat actually says this seat reserved for Mocap.
Yeah. But I just like the idea of Liu seeking counsel in like his lesser gods, and he calls him Mocap, who is responsible for teaching all of the people kung fu.
Yeah, he's the master. He's the expert. It's mysterious. They don't even have to learn. He just does the moves and they instantly know. He just does the moves in front of a camera and they instantly know.
Yeah.
Strange how these things happen. Oh boy.
And like that would also just be a funny reference to him without actually having to include him in anything, you know?
Yeah. Okay, you know what would be a really great thing about this that they could do?
What?
An evil Jax that isn't friggin' lame.
Yeah. They do the whole Sergeant Slaughter thing. He loves that around.
Jax appears and he's like, I'm a big fan of Vladimir Putin now.
Yeah.
Like, good Jax gets to stay a farmer. Evil Jax is now inexplicably Russian.
Not Russian. Explicitly an American who has deserted to Russia.
Yeah. Oh boy.
But yeah, there's like
okay,
there's a lot of ways that they could make this game fun. The problem is that the Mortal Kombat writers don't feel it seems like the Mortal Kombat writers don't seem to want to do fun things. they try to take it seriously and then get and then make kind of just boring stories because of that.
The Mortal Kombat story was fucked up irreparably, pretty well irreparably, by the Sindel massacre at the end of Mortal Kombat 9.
Yes.
Because every writer to handle Mortal Kombat has been chasing that high ever since. And it's like, it's almost comparable, I guess, to Game of Thrones' The Red Wedding, where The Red Wedding was a similar massacre of a lot of important characters in Game of Thrones. But there was only one Red Wedding, and when they tried to imitate the Red Wedding again in the 7th and 8th seasons, or more specifically in the 8th season, it did not work, and everybody shit on it.
And we've been doing that for 3 games. Again.
Yes. And we keep being unhappy with it, because it turns out a lot of the characters that we're killing are characters that are important and that people want to play.
Yeah.
So we keep having to do timeline resets, or weird, goofy shit where if you punch Quan Chi in the balls, it causes his zombies to come back from the dead.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, that was such a funny thing to see playing through Mortal Kombat X story mode myself. Of like, in the moment, I was just like, oh, thank God they're making Jax alive again, so I can go back to having Jax. But like, it also was very clearly in that moment of like, okay, yes, I'm glad to have Jax back. This is stupid. Why does punching Quan Chi in the balls do this? Why would Quan Chi put a function in his weird necromancy pool of any time I get hit in the balls, bring back 3 of my zombies?
Well,
what? Why?
That's the thing. Like they to make them to reanimate the dead, he needs to keep constant focus, which he can normally do. But when he gets punched in the balls, his focus breaks.
Is Quan Chi's focus is the only thing keeping people dead?
Sure.
I feel like Quan Chi would maybe be distracted a bit more often than that.
But yeah, you know, like my problem with discussing the stories in the recent games is just that like after MK9, the story the Mortal Kombat story is just kind of filed under like one big thing, just saying combat kids. And then,
well, they're gone.
Are they? Takeda is coming now.
That is true. It's weird. It almost sounds like, I mean, because Kung Lao does not look old, but we don't get a good look at Jax or Sonya or Johnny, so we don't know how old they are. Kenshi can't be that young because he's evidently already a father.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like they just want to leave the combat kids behind entirely because people still play them. At the same time, you get the definite feeling of, particularly Mortal Kombat 11, which suddenly removes 2 of the combat kids altogether, and Cassie and Jackie both kind of get punted to the sidelines while the focus goes back to Liu Kang and Raiden. One definitely gets the feeling that NetherRealm recognizes, okay, we went too hard on the combat kids in X, we need to pull back on them. But, like, they're not going to be gone altogether because they're inevitably going to have the rest of the kids pop up. Just because nowadays, there are a lot of people who played Mortal Kombat X and 11 a lot and are now Cassie mains or Jackie mains or Takeda mains. I don't think there's that many Kung Jin mains.
But yeah, like, I think the like really my problem with the combat kids though is just the same problem that people had with like UMK3. Only instead of oops all ninjas, it's oops all military people, all military personnel. So like if they can rework them to work without having to be military personnel, then I could be fine with them. It's just in their current iterations there is nothing there. They're all kind of just blend together as, hey, I am my parent character, but kind of worse. Also military.
Well, I'm willing to bet Takeda will lose any military sensibilities he had from X. Because in Liu's timeline, there's not really a reason for the Special Forces to even exist. If presumably Liu has already dealt with it, you know?
Yeah.
Which then raises the question. That then makes me wonder, okay, in like the alternate universe though of the Shang-verse, either the Special Forces doesn't exist because Shang just smoked them out of existence as soon as they appeared, or they don't exist in that. They do exist in that universe, but they're probably a bunch of like fascist assholes.
Yeah.
How would you feel? How would you feel if Cassie comes in and she's not military woman in the good verse? She's just kind of Johnny's daughter. But then in the evil version, she's like goose stepping.
I mean, it would at least be a good contrast. Although Cassie out of the Combat Kids was the one that I liked the least because her character outside of military was just an annoying rich girl, and I don't find the character archetype charming. You know.
Yeah, I think that's where me and Pink and Mike all find her very charming. So it's difficult to say. I don't think they'll ever remove that aspect of her. I think that's just going to be a character who's never for you.
Yeah. Like
now,
Cassie is Cassie is the one that I like the least, that I actually still think about. Jackie doesn't exist. Like she's not a character. She's just kind of there. She's there to be Jack's spawn.
I love Jackie. She's one of my favorite characters in 11. You are entirely right.
Like gameplay wise, I'm sure she has character, but personality wise, she's literally just there to be Jack's spawn.
Yes, she is the only one out of the Combat Kids that does not have anything going on. Takeda has daddy issues. He's close with Scorpion. He's a merger of two character archetypes. Kung Jin has the whole, Kung Jin's an asshole. He's kind of an egomaniac, but he's got the whole past of dealing with homophobia. Cassie's got the whole thing. She's from a divorce. She's from a split household. She has mommy issues. She's kind of possibly the destined savior of mankind, at least in X, but then it goes back in 11 to just being Lou. And of course, she's a bitch.
Yeah.
A lovable bitch, but a bitch.
But yeah, so like Jackie's kind of there. Takeda grew on me. I didn't like him either at first, but he grew on me. Kong Jin is just straight up on an insult to gay people. His current iteration, at least.
Rich people, gay people are allowed to be assholes.
I mean, was he an asshole? Because I couldn't tell.
I mean, that was pretty well his whole gimmick, was that he was the one who started the majority of the fights for the Combat Kids. And everybody else had to finish them.
Because I remember the thing about Kong Jin kind of has the same issue as Jackie, except they actually tried to give him character development, which might be worse. Because I remember that the whole thing with the monks and then him talking to Raiden, and then nothing before or after. It's just that one scene that he gets some character development, and then before and after that he's just kind of there. He starts the fights, and then he's also there. Cassie and Takeda get to be people, and then Jackie and Kong Jin are also a part of the team.
So you remember early on in X, they kind of take a field trip through Outworld?
Sorta.
And that's where they deal with, Melina's rebellion and shit. Well, Kung Jin throughout it is the one who keeps picking fights with Kotal Khan and Aaron Black and saying, you guys suck, I actually don't like you. And it leads to a fight, a dust up, and then afterwards they're like, Kung Jin, you dumb asshole, stop doing this. Kung Jin, you dumb piece of shit, cut it out.
Okay, so he has one and a half scenes.
Kung Jin, you worthless fuck. Kung Jin, I hate you.
These are things that Ed Boon is quoted saying during the development of Mortal Kombat 10.
I do not like this one. I do not know why we made him. Just cut to Ed Boon staring deeply at concept art of Kung Jin, and you can just hear him go, Su Hao.
But yeah. I don't know what else we could say about Mortal Kombat 12. I need to call it 11 again. Because I don't want to think about 11, I guess.
There will be gameplay stuff to talk about in the future, of course. But beyond that, I feel that a lot of the talk about Mortal Kombat 12 for us is going to be different levels of japes about potential stupidity with the plot.
Yeah. Until the game releases and then we get disappointed because the plot is just the cookie cutter trying to be serious thing that we've got for the past 4 games.
Well, the plot boils down to everything is nice. Oh no, Shang Tsung portal. Oh no, bad Shang vs. Sindel arrive. Shang vs. Sindel kill everything, make everything bad. And then Liu is up there in heaven, and it's like, being God sucks, and then accidentally kills Raiden and goes, oh no, I accidentally killed Raiden. It all happened again. Quick, reset the timeline. Mortal Kombat 13, it all begins again.
I must the ending of the story mode is Liu Kang going, I must fix this, and then Mortal Kombat 13 starts with him going back in time to Mortal Kombat 1, saying he must not win.
It's cutting back to Armageddon yet again, on top of the damn pyramid, as Raiden sends a message back to his past self through the metal. He must win. And then a ghost of Liu Kang appears. No, he must not win. And then Raiden goes, wait, shit. And he talks to the medallion again. He must not win. It's cutting all the way to the Mortal Kombat 9, beginning of the Mortal Kombat 1 tournament, where Raiden is sitting there. He must win. He must not win. And he just starts breaking down, saying that over and over again.
Yeah. Raiden is reduced to a Hodor-like character.
Hin!
Yeah.
He must win. He must win. He must win. Him win. Him win. He win. He win.
And then like Luke can get Kung Lao look at him and go, we're screwed.
We are so fucked. And like all this is happening in the background, you're just seeing Johnny Cage repeatedly uppercutting Reptile in the balls.
Yeah.
And Reptile is making all kinds of just sad noises of like, oh, this sucks, man. Stop hitting me in the balls. Please.
Or he's just playing the old hurt sounds from the old games.
Yeah. And he's doing the old like damaged sprites that's just 2 frames of animation.
Yeah.
And you can hear Shang Tsung going, excellent, 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 excellent.
So you hear Shao Kahn saying excellent over and over again.
And the title card appears as Liu Kang and Kung Lao look disapprovingly on a increasingly frantic and vibrating Raiden, and this is going on in the background as the sound plays of Shao Kahn going, excellent, excellent, excellent. Mortal Kombat 13, we stopped giving a fuck.
The logo is Comic Sans except for the 13, which is written with a crayon. There's also a crude dragon drawing in the background.
Yeah. It's the dragon from Strong Bad.
Yeah.
Burninating the countryside.
And then like hard cut to God Luke and going, fuck.
God Liu Kang and Armageddon Raiden. Armageddon Raiden's skull is partially caved in. Well, it's got a noticeable Shao Kahn hammer-shaped dent in the skull. And they're just looking on. And Raiden just goes, we can't get it right. You know, Lou, I feel we are trapped to do this for all eternity. God help us when the horribly violated by time space Raiden is the one that has to go back and tell his past self.
Yeah.
Like, it's cut to Raiden, and it's like, okay, he's on the top of the pyramid in Armageddon. He's talking to the medallion. He must win. And then Fire God Liu Kang appears. He must not win. And then temporally damaged Raiden appears. He'll win. At that point, Shao Kahn never hits Raiden on top of the pyramid. Like, Shao Kahn just scratches his head like, what the fuck is going on?
And at that point, we all got to Blaze. He just goes, ah, man, and he just walks off into the sunset.
This world cannot be saved by fire. At what point does it cut to the Mortal Kombat 1 tournament and Raiden is getting a vision from Shao Kahn?
I'm just imagining the Mortal Kombat 9 intro cutscene. We do the part with the MK1 bit, and then fucking Raiden looks at the Kamidogu. He sees Shao Kahn's face. Shao Kahn just says, "Hey, sexy." That's his message. That's it.
Right. Raiden's just standing there like, I don't even know what to take from this. Lao, I'm afraid that in order to save Earthrealm, we must seduce Shao Kahn. Lou's just standing there like, the monks didn't train me for this.
The monks trained me for the opposite of this.
Like, we're hitting the point where it's like you do a montage, right, of just every attempt that goes wrong. Okay, there is a point in the show, The Good Place, where a certain godly figure, things go wrong for him at the end of the first season. So the second season starts with him hitting a literal reset button for reality and trying it again, but changing some things. Exactly what we're talking about here. And it fucks up in the first episode. So the second episode of season 2 starts with him hitting the reset button again. Okay, he changes some things. Okay, now your love interest is this chick. Your true love is this chick. This, that, and another. And then that doesn't work. Hit the reset button, and it just starts a montage of the weirdest possible, starting with fairly mundane changes to just making the most batshit changes to try and fix things, and they all go horribly wrong. And I'm just imagining it goes to this montage of poor Raiden in Mortal Kombat 1 receiving messages from the strangest of people saying the damnedest of things.
He just gets a message from Blaze. He just goes, who the fuck?
Blaze is like, save me from these assholes. Yeah. And he disappears, and Raiden's like, and Liu and Kung Lao both look at Raiden like, Raiden, you okay, man? And Raiden says, dude, I'm gonna need to think about this.
I was close on the other gods.
What does Raiden do if he looks at the Kamidogu and it's Su Hao?
He just says, "I'm coming for you." I am rapidly approaching your area.
My payload will soon arrive at your destination.
Yeah. Soon as it shows up for Raiden, you must construct additional pylons.
Raiden looks at the Kamidogu. He doesn't see anything. He just hears tactical nuke incoming.
Yeah.
Oh shit, get out of here! Oh boy. What? Raiden looks at the Kamidogu and he's like, I'm about to be hit by a vital vision. This will decide the way that I must guide our paths, Liu. And he looks at the Kamidogu and it's just a Rickroll. And Raiden goes, oh, god damn it! What is it, Master Raiden? Shut up, fuck off! And Raiden just teleports away.
Raiden throws the Kamidogu at Shang Tsung.
And that's the one that works. The Kamidogu gets stuck in, like, it kills Shang Tsung. It goes through his skull.
The Kamidogu sucks Shang Tsung in.
Yeah. No, he throws the Kamidogu at Shang Tsung and accidentally hits an invisible reptile out of the air.
Yeah.
Raiden looks at the Kamidogu. He just sees Reptile going, I just want the lizard pussy, man. What am I supposed to do with this? No, Raiden looks at that, sees the Kamidogu. He turns his head, looks at Reptile being a creep, standing up somewhere on the stands, and just looks at him, makes eye contact, and nods.
Yeah. He doesn't say it, but he must outdo his brother.
Yeah. Like 5 minutes later, Reptile's milling around the tournament grounds. Raiden just appears in front of him with an iguana, and he's like, here.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Okay, who would be the weirdest one to send the message to Raiden?
I feel... What does Raiden do if he looks at the Kamidogu and it's a message from that man? Oh, boy. There's an infinite variety of memes you can do of Raiden looks at the Kamidogu and it's some kind of gotcha meme, right?
Yeah. It's
like
the Thunder cross split attack.
Yeah. And he comes through the Kamidogu to hit him.
Yeah.
But it's not all of them, it's just his hands.
Yeah.
Raiden is just like, ow. Shit. Some of these Raiden scenes, and he's just like, have I been drinking?
Yeah.
What I love about all these stupid answers we're suggesting is it's a multi-step, it's a multi-layered thing here. Because it's not just the humor of Raiden looking down at the Kamidogu and seeing any variety of things that make no sense. It's something must have led to this particular person telling Raiden on Armageddon Pyramid to send this message.
Yeah.
So why would that character be... At some point, Raiden looks at the Kamidogu and sees his future self from Armageddon. And he just says, I don't know, man. I give up. And you can see on the Kamidogu that Raiden get up and walk out of the camera. And Mortal Kombat 1 Raiden is just like, what?
I thought you meant to say that, like, that the MK1 Raiden gives up and walks off screen, and then we zoom out to reveal that this is a message to another MK1 Raiden.
Raiden looks out at the Kamidogu and sees his current self looking at the Kamidogu.
Yeah.
Raiden looks down at the Kamidogu and he sees Liu Kang. And he looks up and he looks at Liu Kang's still right there. He like does like look up, look down, double like quadruple take.
Yeah.
Right? Raiden looks down at the Kamidogu. He sees an X-ray of Reptile getting his balls crushed.
Yeah.
And even though you can't see Reptile's face, you still hear kind of distantly Reptile going, "Ah, god damn it!" We've designed the ultimate Newgrounds animated skit here.
Yeah. Raiden looks down at the Kamidogu, and it's just he just sees the fucking I'm forgetting the next episode music video with Snoop Dogg.
I just had a really stupid idea.
But
he looks down at the Kamidogu, and it's Morshu. Liu Kang, we must go. I've heard there's a good deal on rope bombs and lamp oil.
No. They YouTube poop it. They edit it because Morshu has enough syllables to edit into any sentence. So they just edit it. So he says, Bertram, it's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies.
Lou, we gotta start working for that money. He looks down at the Kamidogu, and it's Morshu, but he's wearing Raiden's hat.
Yeah. This is the true Nintendo crossover we've been pining for. Zelda CDI with Mortal Kombat, but none of the actual like big Zelda characters like Zelda or Link. No. It's Morshu and King Harkinian.
Yeah. He looks down and sees Morshu. Then when he looks up, Lou has had his place taken by Harkinian. Going, my boy. Raiden looks around. He is now, for some reason, in CDI world.
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay, now Q, the guy whose name I'm forgetting, the vizier, going. These are the faces of evil. He points at Shao Kahn and Shang Tsung. You must defeat all of them to free Hyrule.
And Raiden's just like, where the fuck is Hyrule? Nobody reacts to anything Raiden is saying either. It's like he's losing his mind.
Yeah. Raiden suddenly finds himself flying. They're on the flying carpet of the guy. He goes, "Squadalave, you're off." And Raiden is like, "I can fly."
Yeah. Eventually, it cuts back to the Armageddon Pyramid. There are hundreds of people milling around the Armageddon Pyramid arguing over what to say to the Kamidogu.
They reshot the Armageddon intro.
At least half of them are Raidens.
They reshot the Armageddon intro, but instead of all of the characters fighting and falling down and shit, it's been reshot in Totally Accurate Battle Simulator.
Yeah,
and it's a team of Raidens fighting everyone else.
Yeah,
and they're fighting over the Kamidogu.
Oh,
Blaze is a part of the level. He can fight.
Okay, hang on. There's got to be something stupid we can pull from another fighting game if he looks at the Kamidogu and it's...
He looks at the Kamidogu and he sees Kazuya and Akuma fighting.
Raiden doesn't even anything to actually like helpful to learn from this. He just goes, "Yo, that shit looks hype."
Yeah.
And Lou is like, "Master Raiden, what is hype?" Raiden shows him the Kamidogu, and Lou goes, "Yo, that shit is hype."
No, Raiden shows the Kamidogu to Lou. Lou can see it because he's not a god.
Yeah. Why do you mock me this way, Master?
Yeah. Okay. Raiden looks at the Kamidogu. It's Evo Moment 37.
Yeah. And from that, he knows. Shao Kahn appears, and he goes for like a big combo with the hammer, and Raiden parries it all.
Yeah.
As Shao Kahn dies from Raiden's final hit, he slowly raises his hand and gives a thumbs up.
Yeah. But before they like in the middle of Shao Kahn's combo, Mileena yells, "Go Shao!"
Yeah.
But let's go Shao.
Go Shao.
Yeah.
Oh boy. No. Oh no. Raiden looks at the Kamidogu.
He sees Hokuto Ken.
He sees LTG.
Oh no.
Which again calls into question: how did low tier god even get on top of the pyramid?
Yeah. And he's referring to himself as low tier elder god.
Yeah. LTEG.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But
this
yeah.
is great and cursed.
Another funny just combo one is Raiden looks down and he sees the Hokuto no Ken basketball combo.
Again, I have an idea, Lou.
I swear it will work this time.
Okay. Raiden, we see Raiden look down at the Kamidogu, but we can't see what he's seeing. We see him look at it for a minute. Then he looks up and he goes, "Lou, I have an idea. Light punch, medium punch, light kick, heavy punch."
And then while Louis is doing that, he flies in like Sentinel.
Yeah.
The thing is, now
you know what? I don't even care what kind of video game Mortal Kombat 12 is. It was worth it just for this discussion.
Yeah. The thing is, we can't just go back, like get some footage of Mortal Kombat 9 and just do these edits. Half of them.
Oh, God. Just chroma key in the weirdest of bullshit.
Yeah. The only problem is I actually don't think...
looks down at the Kamidogu.
Yeah.
We're looking to contact you about your car warranty. Raiden looks down at the Kamidogu. He sees his past self, or his future self, going, "At long last, we found a hero that can defeat Shao Kahn and save the world. It's John Cena!" He just starts blaring the trumpet. Every single interrupt meme works in here, right?
Yeah.
You can even go old school. He looks down at the Kamidogu. The new hero of Earthrealm. Nope, just Chuck Testa.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to go old school memes, he looks down at the Kamidogu. It's meat spin. He goes, "God damn it."
Yeah. Raiden looks down. Raiden looks at the Kamidogu. It's Goatse. Raiden throws the fucking Kamidogu away. What was on that, Master? I don't want to talk about it.
He looks at the Kamidogu. It's one man, one jar. He starts screaming.
Raiden looks down at the Kamidogu. It's top 10 most attractive Sonic the Hedgehog females.
I don't know what's worse, him actually agreeing with the video, or...
Lou, we need to get out of here. We've got a greater evil to fight. Oh my god.
So anyway, yeah, that's gonna be, all of that is gonna be in Mortal Kombat 13.
Yeah.
All of those.
Who's the character from JoJo's that does the Thunder Cross attack?
Oh boy, I think it's Dyer.
Well, he's in there. Yeah, he's on launch roster. They're thinking about putting him in DLC, but Ed said, no, this character's too important.
Yeah.
I built the plot around this character.
But no, that's the thing. Like, MK allows them to include characters into the story mode and also make them not playable. So
that's true.
Dyer can still be DLC while appearing as a part of the intro cutscene, which also, by the way, takes 2 hours to finish. Like, this isn't the like the actual like story mode. No, this is just the intro to the story mode. It's 2 hours. And it just repeats going back and forth between the Armageddon Pyramid and then Raiden looking at shit. It's also, by the way, an unskippable cutscene.
Johnny Cage has been punching Reptile in the balls for an hour.
Yeah.
Reptile, by that point, is split from his legs all the way up to his fucking rib cage. Oh, boy.
So, yeah, now that
where do you go after that?
I'm not sure. I guess,
what else news was there?
I think that's it.
All right then.
It's just topics. Which, I mean, I have also saved a couple of those, which, like, fucking talking, yeah. Like, what would you ideally want out of a Soul Calibur 7? Now, I saved this partially because, you know, it's an interesting topic. Also, I liked one of the replies to this, because one of the replies was just one word, and this person's answer to what would you ideally want out of a Soul Calibur 7 was Ezio.
Yeah.
And you know,
not bad. Yeah, he's a solid contender for very close to being the most fun crossover character. I won't entirely speak authoritatively on that because I've not played. Well, I've played a little bit of Geralt, but not really. I've not played Vader. I've not played Starkiller, and I've not played Link.
Yeah, I don't know about the crossover. I don't know about him overall as a crossover character. He was the best part of 5. That's not hard though.
Yeah.
His model was also stinky, but you know,
it was stinky it was stinky in the games too, in the Assassin's Creed games too.
But yeah, but he didn't, like, he wasn't stinky in the same way. He didn't look anything like his Brotherhood model. Is the problem? He was just white dude with Ezio clothes.
I mean, half the time when I look at Ezio and I notice his resemblance, his tremendous resemblance to Desmond, I do think of him that way.
I mean, okay, if you want to get technical, the Ezio we see until Revelations is just that. It's just Desmond in Ezio's clothes. So
yeah, I know that's the case. But when I see Ezio, and I always think of Ezio as Desmond wearing Ezio's clothes, I just think of him as white man. Because Desmond is a solid contender for the ultimate white bread.
I don't know. I'd say that Cole is more like generic white dude.
Cole's at least got the unique voice.
Oh, I'm talking about aesthetically.
Oh, yeah, aesthetically, yeah. I mean, Cole's that whole generation's obsession with bald men. In large part because, well, you know why there were so many bald men?
Because
right?
technology didn't allow for hair, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, like my problem with the Soul Calibur 5 model for Ezio is that, like, Desmond is kind of just generic white dude, but Desmond is a very, like, Desmond is a specific sort of generic white dude, as in, like, I am very used to his face. And the character model they have for Ezio in Soul Calibur 5 looks more like the NPC that you see getting used a lot from Half-Life 2, more than it does Desmond. Like he looks more Eastern European than he does American, which is technically closer to actual Ezio, but no, it's still a bit amazing.
Little bit, yeah.
So yeah.
Excuse me.
So I guess what would you ideally want out of a Soul Calibur 7?
The first thing I guess would be, I mean, we've talked a lot about single player content and all that, and good lord, it's the thing we always talk about. But I don't think there's any fighting game franchise that is associated with oodles and 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 oodles of single player content quite like the Soul Calibur series. But that kind of stopped being a thing with 2 or 3 just about. 4 kind of switched to being an arcade mode and nothing else. 5 was a story mode and nothing else. 6. Did 6 even have a story mode?
6 had 2 story modes, and both of them were... Well, no, 6 had a story-like arcade mode, and 6 had a story mode, and 6 had your created character story mode. Now the thing is, the arcade mode was an arcade mode. It's what you expect. The story mode was an arcade mode, but with more restrictions, kinda. And your created character story mode was an RPG that was a lot of text and not much else.
Yeah. So nothing too exciting.
No.
So Soul Calibur 7, I would say probably go back to focus on the single player content. If we can't get the budget together for that, keep making Tekken.
Yeah. I also liked like, I don't really have an opinion on Soul Calibur 7 because I don't think they're gonna make one, mainly.
No. They might in a decade.
Yeah. And like even if they do, I've seen Soul Calibur 5. I've seen Soul Calibur 6. I know that I don't want to use Soul Calibur in the current climate. Maybe in the next one. You know?
Well, I mean, yes, there is that, where currently a lot of the games that would have started development fairly recently would have came in with the attitude of reductionist game design.
But not just reductionist game design. I'm talking specifically to Bamco's trend right now. Like, with Tekken, I can stomach the super stuff as long as they keep going with it and they keep going more bullshit with it, because fuck it, I'll take a 3D anime fighter. If Tekken becomes that, I can stomach that, because I never looked at Tekken as like the realistic fighting game. With Soul Calibur, like it's a strange thing, but I don't think about Soul Calibur as much, but I am more offended that Super is being in Soul Calibur.
Yeah, I never liked it. It always bothered me.
And like, Grand Bamco will put in supers. It will put in the shitty ass mechanic that breaks the flow of the game and makes it so you have to guess. And I know this because this is where in Soul Calibur 6. So in Soul Calibur 7, if it were to be made currently, it would just have more of this shit. And I wouldn't enjoy it because I didn't enjoy Soul Calibur 6 because of those things.
Yes. I am agreeing with everything I am hearing.
But yeah, as a series overall, I liked this person's take, which this is not an opinion. This is supposed to be like the general consensus of the series from a casual perspective. Of people who don't play traditional fighters love messing around with Soul Calibur because the hitboxes are big and hits string together easily without having the ability to juggle for super long. Conversely, people who are super into fighters don't really care about Soul Calibur because it's just giant Tekken for nerds. And like, you know,
I don't think that's really correct, but nonetheless, that is funny.
Yeah. I think it's somewhat correct, but it's also very funnily put together as a sentence or whatever, as a take.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Soul Calibur needs like also many IPs. Soul Calibur needs someone that loves it, and Bemco right now doesn't love it.
No.
And like us, like the real problem with Soul Calibur right now, or like overall, I guess Soul Calibur's big problem right now is that they can't really go in with the same design ideas, I guess, as they would Tekken, because people expect different things out of Soul Calibur than they do Tekken. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess for what I would ideally want out of Soul Calibur 7, Ezio, I guess. Just put him in again.
Well, you know, there's another thing about Soul Cal that is worth noting, which is Soul Cal 3 very much feels like a more or less solid finale to the series.
Yeah.
You know, Siegfried is back. He's finally free of the nightmare. And he's pushing to bring it into it all. Okay. And then I guess it keeps going with 4 because now there's this weird asshole that is both Soul Edge and Soul Calibur at the same time. And now there's a big focus on Soul Calibur just being just as bad as Soul Edge.
There was a guy who was both Soul Calibur and Soul Edge at the same time.
The final boss dude from Soul Cal 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. I remember looking at videos of Soul Calibur 4 and going, man, Starkiller is cool. 1. And 2, man, the close breaking mechanic seems dumb. I was right.
Yes, it was dumb.
Yes. Like, I was right at least on one of those counts.
Nah.
I don't know, I still like Starkiller, but he's also not really a character. He's kind of just funny whenever he tries to be one.
He doesn't try often.
No. All right. Next one. Hot take. There's only 6. Numerically written out 6 things that absolute beginners to fighting games need to know to start playing. These things are blocking low and blocking high on under one thing. Which, you know, that's a list making problem, not an overall like point problem. Low attacks, jumping and / overhead attacks. Once again, safe versus unsafe moves, grabs, and anti-airing.
It's a little bit reductionist, but he's got. I'd say that on some level, yes. Like we've talked before about how the big thing that keeps a lot of casuals out. Well, the big thing that is going to keep most casual players out is just that they don't want to invest the time. And if you don't want to invest the time, then you don't want to invest the time. And you don't. Like, the idea that you have the right to be good at and try every hobby is ridiculous because there's only so much time. Nobody's immortal, at least not yet. But nonetheless, the thing that spooks casuals is still combos. It will probably always be combos. After combos, the next thing that will always spook them will be oppressive offense. And I think we've figured out in recent games that trying to simplify the game does not get rid of oppressive offense. There is no way to get rid of oppressive offense because as long as there is any capability for skill differentials in gameplay, there will be oppressive offense. At the end of the day, the thing that I think is the most vital key to getting, I think the major hump that a casual player is not going to understand innately in fighting games, but the moment you understand it, you are instantly much better at the game, yes, is high-low mix-ups, high-low blocking.
Yeah. I mean, like, there's 2 points that I technically disagree with, but not completely. Because, like, they say safe versus unsafe moves, that's something you'll pick up. That's something that you won't get your head around immediately. I know this from experience, it took me 10 years. Like, you know, even right now, whenever we play a game, like, you check all of your normals and shit, I check my specials and then I go, okay, normals will figure themselves out, and they do. Because if I get a punch stops 3 times in a row, I'll go, okay, I guess that punch is bad. And then that's safe versus unsafe solved. There, right then and there. And anti-airing, I mean, anti-airing is important in that, you know, you need to keep jump-ins from overwhelming you, but at the same time you don't need to know like what the universal anti-air is or what you know what my separate 4 different anti-airs are. You need one, and you need to know how to apply one anti-air move, and that's good enough for the beginning. You'll get more anti-air moves as you progress, but you only need one to start with.
Yeah, and a lot of times it'll probably be jumping medium kick.
I don't know. My default anti-air move is still, and it's probably forever will remain Shoryuken, even though it's unsafe as fuck.
Oh, I'm not saying that it's the one I use, but I'm saying for casual players, usually the first anti-air they figure out is an air-to-air.
Ah, yeah. But then again, my experience is also probably somewhat different, just because like my mom knew how to do specials when we were playing Street Fighter 2, and she taught me how to do specials immediately. So
yeah.
But yeah, like, you know, otherwise, sure, all of these things are important. Like, you know, some of these, I think it's also just a question of like that this post doesn't go into is how much of these do you think the a person would need to learn before getting in, because like jumping / overhead attacks, okay, you only need one. You're gonna have at least 4. Yeah. You only need one. You need to find the one that works for you, and then you just use that one.
Yeah.
Or like low attacks. Okay, low attacks. Here's what you need: sweep. Sweep.
Yep.
Spacing. Sweep. Like.
Well, you and I both still tend to just use sweep most of the time.
Yeah.
Both of us are big sweep users.
I mean, the thing with sweep is that a lot of games make it a hard knockdown. And that has an allure to it because it gives space to Oki.
Yes.
Like, we'll use medium and light kicks when applicable, for like footsie stuff when we're not when we're out of like sweep range, or sweep is a bit too unsafe. But like otherwise, it's always go for sweep whenever you can, and then it will win.
Yes.
And like, this is the shit that I wish I could tell Pink, because like Pink is noticeably getting to the point where he's only mashing out the normals, which is good, because that's when I was like 4 years ago when we started this channel. And then that means that he's not far behind.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I couldn't really just like say these things at Pink, because he wouldn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. He would need to actually like whatchamacallit, Like he need to get these things shown off.
Well, I'd say like part of it with Pink is just going to come down to motivation that differs from game to game.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, yes, the other day he was getting pretty snippy when we were still playing Match or Melee because he was not grabbed by the game to the same degree that you and I were. Comparatively, Pink is a lot more interested in learning how to actually play Marvel vs. Capcom. And, I mean, it's why it's always said, go with a fighting game that interests you.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Pink wants to play Marvel vs. Capcom, and he's more curious about the idea of being good at Marvel vs. Capcom because it features a cast of characters that he adores. Where did I go wrong in that statement?
Oh, nowhere.
I was like, did I say something stupid and I didn't realize it while I was just rambling?
Obviously, Pink wants to be Evo champion at everything. He's lemming right now.
Oh no!
In balls.
Oh yeah, that's the game. Dude, balls, I thought Pink was about to fucking, like, I thought we were about to get a Pink pop-off with balls. Like, Paws of Fury was bad in a way that's just like, this is just not working. But you can't really get angry at Paws of Fury. It's just like you're not even playing a damn game. Balls is, like, offensively bad.
Yeah.
And we could feel his rage through the microphone.
I mean, like Powers of Fury, I originally planned for just literally the two of us playing that because I figured, oh no, that's too bad for Pink. He would have no connection to it or whatever. Like I don't see any appeal to him, appeal for him. And then he just happened to also be there. But,
yeah.
But like that was, you know, I can't say that it's the worst fighting game that I've ever played, and that's saying something. You know,
I don't know. I think I could probably say that's the worst.
You literally just played Balls before it.
Balls, it was stupid and it was bad. There was something going. Well, there was not something going on, but characters had 5 moves instead of 3.
See,
movement felt sluggish and awful, but so did it. It did in Paws of Fury as well. That's
true, but I think the difference is that you felt like you figured out more of Balls. I felt like I figured out more of Paws of Fury because Paws of Fury worked like balls for some fucking reason. The exact same way, which you didn't seem to attempt as much, but like the way that the movement, the normals, not specials, normals worked in that game is that if you press a neutral punch and if you pressed forward punch, those were different moves for every character, and this wasn't true for every direction.
You know,
and it sucked.
Oh well,
like.
It'd certainly be a new take if you were like, actually, it was great.
Like, I'm not gonna defend the game as being good because by no measure was it good, but it maybe in context of having played Balls right before it, I figured I knew how the actual normal system worked enough to be able to get out some moves. There were even some hidden moves that I got out a couple of times, like that chop that killed Pink in like 2 hits for some reason. That seemed to be on a diagonal. Why? But you know, like, Paws of Fury wasn't the worst game I've played because I beat Sagat in Street Fighter 1.
That one is pretty bad, yes.
And Paws of Fury, for all of its faults, still felt a very, very minuscule amount more responsive than Street Fighter 1. And that is scary.
Yeah, that again speaks volumes.
But yeah, like, you know, I'm not gonna be like, hey, let's play Paws of Fury again. No, fuck that game.
Yeah. Oh, God, it hurts just to think about it now.
Yeah. Okay, this is one where we can go all out, so I'm gonna leave this for later. Okay, this one I actually posted the title of this one, but there's actually an argument here. That's the title. But Footsies game is better teaching footsies. The argument, yeah.
Oh, the game Footsies. Okay, I thought for a little bit it was like a stinky meme title where it was going Footsies game, bad teaching Footsies.
It really sounds like that, but no, he's talking about footsies the game and saying that it's better teaching footsies because it's removing crouching and it encourages turtling too much for there to be whatchamacallit, transferable skill between it and more traditional fighters, which I have no clue.
Yeah, I've never played footsies. I don't imagine you have. It does not seem like it would appeal to you. I mean, my understanding was the entire appeal of the game was not really about the low overhead mix-up, but instead a game that is entirely just counter-poking the game.
That's pretty much it. The argument in this one isn't even just footsie's game bad. It's just please stop recommending new players to play footsies to learn how to do footsies in other games, which is a much more understandable take.
Well, it's a little bit it's a little bit of a sledgehammer hit. Because, no, footsies won't teach you how to do mix-ups. But if the goal is to learn how to do counter hitting and poking, then yes, it's probably quite good for that. I assume that in a lot of these cases, if you're recommending somebody footsies, ideally you are not just recommending somebody play that out of the box. Ideally, you are not just recommending someone play that as their first fighting game. Ideally, you are not this crazy person, one of these crazy people, of which there are many on the internet, who are diving immediately into, oh my god, you should be a pro fighting game player because we need more pro fighting game players. Yeah, play this game and get good fundamentals. And of course, people just kind of awkwardly walk away because what other reaction can you have to a person like that? But nonetheless, I would assume that if you're recommending that game to somebody, the responsible thing is if somebody has asked you, okay, I don't get this counter hitting thing. I don't get how other people are pulling this off. How do I do this? Instead of, I don't know what this low high block system thing is. That one you'd probably recommend any other fighting game, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like...
But of course, we have to assume these are good faith recommendations and not just someone making a recommendation in a Reddit thread for the sake of gathering karma, which is probably the case for the majority of these recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, like, not even for karma. No, this is... We gotta assume that these recommendations aren't just play my game so I can actually play multiplayer.
Yeah. Ideally, we're hoping that you'll bring your friends in and get an actual community going here. And I'm only asking for games that I know I'm at least solid at because I don't want to play any games where I actually have to lose sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, as for me, like, you know, if I had to recommend someone a footsies game, I'd recommend Sam Show 5 Special just because, like, hey, they taught me footsies. Thanks.
Hey!
Like, Sam Show 5 Special and Orochi, the SNK boss, taught me footsies. More or less. Like, Orochi taught me a lot of things, like where the block button is located, what the fuck is spacing, what's footsies.
I'm imagining like you tell somebody to play Sam Show to learn footsies. And then they get in there. Exactly. Kasaraghetto or Kasaraghetto, whatever his name is. Him or like who's like there's a really smelly zoner character in that game and I can't remember his name. Like, oh god, well yeah, the archer chick.
Yeah, her.
Or they get Nakaruru, who again entirely ignores the footsies and is just constant rush down.
Yeah. Or the guy that can fly?
Yeah. Yeah, the guy that can fly is a game changer. There is no perfect recommendation here, really, because any fighting game by nature is going to have a variety of archetypes to try and keep things mixed up and interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like the really the perfect recommendation to help someone learn footsies is find a character you like in a game you like, play it a lot, and then
I'm imagining a scenario where it's like, what game has the most oppressive zoning so I can learn how to counter zoning? Okay, we'll recommend you Injustice 1. Pop in there. Pop in there. Oh no, it's Doomsday. Oh boy. Nonetheless.
All right, now the long one, yeah?
Oh, go ahead with the long one, yeah.
Okay. So, people, I think, misunderstood this prompt when looking at the comments, but somebody asked, what games would you like to see in the Capcom's Versus series?
Okay, are we talking a remaster collection, or are we talking Capcom versus whoever?
New game.
A new game, Capcom versus somebody. Okay. Let's see. In that case, I would like to see... Okay, do we just have all rules of logic and reality off? It can be anybody?
I mean, it's just, what games would you like to see? So I'm gonna assume so. Games plural, which is the confusing part of the prompt.
Okay. So the first answer, which would be this is complete dream scenario, never ever happening because they've said so. Capcom versus Mortal Kombat. Never happening. They've explicitly said it is never happening. Nonetheless. Beyond that, we know that there is a vast potential for meme answers here, yes?
Yeah, speaking of meme answers, I just remembered Street Fighter 6. In Street Fighter 6, you can play Capcom Fighting Jam.
Right. I saw that shit. I saw that you can put in your, you can put on your profile a little title, right?
Yeah.
And it will be, I've been playing a lot of X.
That's what I was talking about earlier. That's the leaked list of games. The leaked quote-unquote list of games.
Okay, that's not very leaked at all.
Yeah, no. It's just in the beta.
Well, nonetheless, yes, I saw it's actually on recording. Either the first video I did of the open beta where it's me playing Jamie, or the second with Jury. I go and I see that, and I see that you can mark yourself as being titled, I've been playing a lot of Capcom Fighting Jam lately. And I fucking lose it.
Nice.
It's just, why? Like, is this specifically the kick on, like, Ono's ass as he's leaving the door?
Yes.
Like, is this the and don't come back part?
This is the new guy Tatsumaki Ono's ass out the door.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway,
yeah, that is some crazy shit.
Anyway, back to the Capcom's versus stuff, I guess.
So, okay, I saw someone once put as a joke, Capcom versus A24 Films, which is an art house film studio that has abruptly gained a lot of popularity as of late. But nonetheless, along those lines, We can do Capcom versus, like, let's say, I don't know, Fox, 20th Century Fox.
Okay. Capcom versus Fox News.
Capcom versus Fox News. No, actually, I don't.
I just like the idea of like, yeah, you have on one end you have Ryu, on the other end you just have random ass fucking newscaster.
Like, they got rid of Tucker Carlson recently, so they don't even have their star player.
And all of the newscasters play like the comedian from Marvel 1. Anyway.
Okay. There's got to be something stupid around the corner. Well, here's one. Capcom versus The Simpsons.
It canonizes the Homer Mugen character.
It would. Evil Homer has still got Akuma's moveset.
Yes.
Okay, but here's the thing. Which of us gets to main Groundskeeper Willie?
Okay. Listen to this. Capcom versus Dong Dong Never Die.
See, you could do that with Mugen tomorrow.
But it wouldn't be official.
That is true.
Like, I need Capcom to 3D model Rev Scarecrow. So that he can shoot people. Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? Is it occurs to me now, they did Capcom versus SNK, and they did those gorgeous SNK sprites. And it occurred to me, like, well, part of why I'd want Capcom versus Mortal Kombat is because I'd love to see the Capcom artists' take on a lot of the Mortal Kombat characters. The Capcom artists doing sprites or 3D models, probably 3D models nowadays, of the Dong Dong cast.
Yes. Like they would have to model Rao's horse. For that one guy.
Because he's there for some reason.
They would also have to model Mario, who also has Akuma's moveset.
Well, yeah, that one's obvious. Why wouldn't he? I mean, give me an honest reason why Mario should have any moveset other than Iori's.
Was it Iori's? I don't remember.
I don't think it was.
I think it was like Akuma's or Ryu's. Which, to be fair,
nonetheless,
there's an overlap between those two.
Well, hang on. Something just occurred to me.
Yeah.
So Marvel Infinite, of course, the final boss was the combination of Sigma and Ultron. And in Capcom vs. SNK, the final boss was either a Rugal that absorbed the powers of Akuma, or an Akuma that absorbed the powers of Rugal, right?
Yeah.
So the question arises of, if we were to do Capcom versus Dong Dong, which villains merge?
Who was the villain of Dong Dong?
Was it not the gas mask dude?
I don't remember.
Rev, as you would have called him.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was Rev or not.
And furthermore, who merges in the crossover with Simpsons?
Do
we get a round star animation of Mr. Burns killing Akuma and absorbing his power? Or Akuma killing Mr. Burns and absorbing his money?
Yes. I mean, in Mr. Burns' animation, he doesn't kill Akuma. Akuma is already dead, and he just eats Akuma's flesh.
Yeah. See my vest, it's made of real Akuma flesh.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay, if Mr. Burns isn't Mr. Burns's motivation in Capcom versus Simpsons should be that he wants to get a Blanca vest.
Yes.
I feel like Guile should run into Guile and what's his name, Rainier Wolfcastle should be like body doubles of each other. Like, M. Bison kills Rainier Wolfcastle thinking that he's Guile, and then he sees Guile walk by and he's like, God damn it!
Yeah.
Okay, if I can't main Groundskeeper Willie, I might main Dr. Lionel Hutz. No, wait, not Dr. Lionel Hutz. I was meant to say Dr. Nick, but I was also thinking about Lionel Hutz. I just pulled an Are You Fucking Sorry? But either of those, I would main Lionel Hutz or Dr. Nick. Hey, everybody. Okay, let's see. What would be just the most anti? Could not even vaguely work.
I mean, there's an easy answer for me for that. You get Capcom versus Ubisoft. 40% of the Ubisoft roster is just people in hoods, if not more.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I would know all of the people who are in hoods, but they would play the same, more or less.
Okay, that one would be one that would have trouble working. But I'll raise you one that's a bigger example of something that just wouldn't fucking work, and it'd be like let's go down another avenue. What about Capcom versus Real Housewives of Los Angeles?
That one could work though. It depends on how crazy they make the Housewives movesets.
Capcom versus Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
That one would work.
That one would work very well, because for Frank in particular, he just has Trash Man moves.
Yeah.
Dennis's super move, he puts you on a boat. You quit because of the implication.
Okay, now not to like go immediately off of the what wouldn't work bit, but okay, Capcom versus JoJo, just so we can get Heritage for the Future too.
Oh, well, obviously, the point of that is just to see new models or sprites of the Heritage for the Future characters.
But
then people get confused. People were getting confused and frustrated, like, where's Giorno?
No,
he didn't exist back then, assholes.
That's the thing, like if they do that, they would have to like figure out how to make the new characters work, and that would be interesting. Like, how do you make this character work when he's a cripple who rides a horse?
Yeah.
And the way that CyberConnect made it work is that he can get off of the horse and just crawl on the ground.
Oh my god.
Poor Johnny. I know this because I played a guy. I like him. I liked him in part 7.
Okay. The 4 gods of Marvel 2 versus Pet Shop and Kakyoin. Who wins?
Oh, Kakyoin, yeah, oh boy. Well, Storm and Kakyoin just get into a zoner fight. That's whatever. The question, no.
Pet Shop and Sentinel neither can hit the other because they're just zooming all around the screen. No, Pet Shop and Magneto can't hit each other because they're just zooming everywhere.
Pet Shop and Magneto fight. Sentinel is in the background menacing.
Yeah.
Menacingly. As for what wouldn't work?
Capcom versus The Sims.
There's one Sims character, it's Bella Goth.
Yeah.
It's Bella Goth and it's Sims Yoda. That's your Sims cast.
I imagine one character's level 3 super on the Sims side is they throw you in a pool and the ladder disappears.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Capcom versus Daytona USA. We already have a moveset.
We already got it. We got to mix it up though, because there's a bunch of cars.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Capcom versus Sonic the Hedgehog. Princess Elise is a playable character. She has a she has a healing super like Elena, where she kisses Sonic's corpse.
Why's it gotta be his corpse?
Because that's what actually happened. She didn't kiss like living Sonic.
I know, but why's it gotta be his corpse? Can we not just leave that behind?
Apparently not.
God help us. Oh. See, now you throw me off my rhythm. You asshole. Okay. One that would actually be legitimately cool. I would love to see what Capcom would do with this cast. Do you know what it is?
What?
Wrestling.
Yeah.
What does Capcom do with Terry Funk?
Terry Funk has the BDSM stance that Raven had.
His level 3 is obviously the spinning toe hold, right?
Yes. See, like, this is the thing, like, NetherRealm should make a wrestling game, though, because the idea of Terry Funk ripping someone's leg off with a spinning toe hold is too great.
I feel like if there's any wrestler who would volunteer to be in Mortal Kombat, it would be Terry.
Yes. 100%.
What does Raiden look at the Kamidogu and see that makes him decide that actually, Lou, you're not the hero of Earthrealm? Here's this old Texan dude.
He sees an All Japan match.
Yeah. He sees him doing the fucking moonsault onto a chair.
Yeah.
Finally, the true hero has arrived. Get out of here, Lou. Fuck you.
And then the final cutscene of Mortal Kombat is Terry Funk putting Shao Kahn into the spinning toe hold.
Yeah. And Shao's just confused. Like, what is this? No! It cannot be. Oh boy.
I guess one that I would want is Capcom versus Sengoku Basara, just because it's been 7 or 8 years, man.
Oh yeah.
Give me something that's not a rice cooker, please.
I mean, Capcom versus Sengoku Basara doesn't really work because Sengoku Basara is Capcom.
I know. But I want them to do something with the franchise.
That, it is painful. Oh, good God.
Although the funny part of this is, you know, as we're doing these prompts, like, I don't know about you, but I'm looking around the room to be like, what's the dumbest thing that I can suggest, and then I'm just like, Morvo.
Yeah, yeah. I am also looking around the room, and I'm like trying to like look for dumb shit, and it's just like, aha, Capcom versus Warhammer. No, wait, that would be hype.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to stall the podcast tournament, I could legitimately look behind me and suggest to you at least 4 bad matchups, just because I have random ass posters in my house that were thrown out from the game shop that my family got for free, and it's all for Nintendo games that I don't own because I don't own a Switch.
Capcom versus Nintendo could also be hype.
Yes, but would Capcom versus Mario Tennis Aces, or
dude.
Yeah.
Remember who the Smash representative for Mario Tennis is? Waluigi.
Yeah.
People would buy that in seconds.
Capcom versus Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee. Both of them.
Both at the same time.
Yeah.
It's not even the Pokemon roster. It's an entire roster of just different variants of Pokemon and Eevee.
Yeah. The Eevee is not a Pokemon. It has... In the Zeitgeist, it has outgrown the IP.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's move on to this.
You made the distinction.
Okay, I see over here.
Capcom versus Forza Horizon.
Again, no, you need Forza Horizon versus Daytona. It's not a racing game, it's a fighting game.
I mean, I would buy that though.
Oh, I would too. I wouldn't even think about it. Just off of sheer stupidity. Like, why?
Capcom versus Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Again, I think if you had a Capcom versus game where you could play as Ike and Marth, people would just get genuinely hype.
I don't know. I saw the Smash discussions. And then
oh boy.
And then like the other 2 posters I have are just like, well, I have 3 technically, but one of them is Marvel, so obviously disqualified. The other one would be Marvel vs. Devil May Cry, which I don't think that works. And
yeah.
And Marvel versus Hellsing.
I don't know if they have a big enough roster, but I'm sure that Capcom would be interested in doing that if they could get the license.
I mean, they have a roster of at least 4. There's Alucard, there's the chick that Alucard is carrying around, more or less. There's the evil Pope man, like the preacher man dude that he fights. That's 3.
Is Hellsing not at some point just all about killing Nazis?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't watch a lot of it because it was too edgy.
Oh, it's very edgy. From what I've seen, yes, very, very edgy.
Like Hellsing was like I think I've said this a lot of times before, but there was like a certain group of anime that I didn't watch, even when I was growing up, because like I like the edgy aesthetics and whatever, but there's a point where I go, okay, this is edge for edge's sake, this is too much. And Hellsing and D. Grayman fell into that group of like they were broadcasted, but I on purpose skipped them because I didn't care, because they kind of just were like, oh, look at this blood, look at this death, I'm so edgy, and like
look at this blood.
Yeah. Like,
what's that smell? It's blood. It's Edge.
Yeah.
You think you know him?
I mean, that was his WrestleMania entrance. Or whatever.
What's that smell? It's Edge.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd like to have heard the chick announcing it say that instead. What's that smell? It's Edge.
And then it still plays Metalingus after it.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but with how stupid I've been feeling this podcast, it feels like the oxygen levels in the room are getting low, but you are also getting dumb. So it can't be that the oxygen levels are dropping in both our rooms. Or it's just dropping worldwide, in which case we are in trouble.
Yeah, in which case, this video is probably not coming out tomorrow because we are dead.
But it's okay, because they're all dead too.
Yeah, true.
We'll be performing the next fighting games are from the afterlife. We'll be performing a unique fighting games are where, because we are in heaven, where there is honey, as much honey as you can imagine, any of the stupid ideas we make up in our heads instantly becomes real. At which point we are frightened.
Yeah.
At which point both of us get Kamidogus in our hands that we look at. What on earth? I don't know. I'm curious what my future self would sing back on the Kamidogu. He only gets one sentence.
Dodge, bitch.
I spend the rest of my life crouching preemptively. I'm imagining like you look at your Kamidogu and you just look up and say plastics.
I feel like we're both in heaven. I look at my Kamidogu and I'm just in hell, and I go oh, and I look and I'm actually in hell and I go oh.
Hang on, reroll. Look at the Kamidogu again. Purgatory? This is an upgrade. You look at the Kamidogu and God is going, I'm here to talk to you about your extended license warrant.
I look at the Kamidogu and I just hear God yelling, full force, light punch, medium punch, light kick, heavy punch.
You show up at the gates of heaven. St. Peter saying it's time for the final test. He passes you a Dreamcast controller. You're stuck in purgatory until you finish labbing.
What if you wanted to go to heaven, but Saint Peter said, "All right, gonna touch on that on Akuma."
Yeah. What if you go to heaven, but Saint Peter says, "Sentinel, Sentinel, Sentinel."
What if you wanted to go to heaven, but Saint Peter said, "The power of the power of the power of the power."
Hidden missiles.
Foot dive.
Oh, no. Strider, no!
Speaking of looking around
as
the
you're
room,
like coming up on the wings, being carried by an angel, you can hear in the distance, Captain Corridor.
Oh no! But actually, no, that's fine for me because he's probably on my team.
Yeah. What if you get up to the pearly gates and they have Daigo sitting there? He only comes down to tournaments when he's on vacation from his day job.
Yeah, it's like I watched a video recently about the preservation of Lenin in the Red Square, and one of the comments was, I tried to visit him when I was on vacation in Russia, and the guard at the gate just said, Lenin has the day off.
Must crush capitalism. The Soviet Union, I thought you guys broke up. That's what we wanted you to think. This is an interesting car. What country is it from? It no longer exists. Stop me before I keep going.
All right. But yeah, no joke. I would actually probably pay for myself to just fly out to Evo and partake in Evo if there was some guarantee that I would face Daigo and die to him in pools, but it's getting recorded.
Yeah.
Because at that point I can say, hey, I'm as good as fighting games at Woolly Madden, yes. Exactly.
Yes. You've heard about Better Wooly, but have you heard about... Oh, boy.
Anyway, yeah, back to Capcom. Looking around the room, Capcom versus Action Man. That IP isn't dead, right?
I look around the room, I see Capcom versus Rockstar Games. Now, most of that would stink, but you tell me Tommy Vercetti would not be hype.
It depends.
He got them chainsaw combos.
Fucking Arthur Morgan has a passive where if he grabs you, he applies a debuff called Black Lung.
Yeah. You get to the final boss, and on the Capcom side, you got like Akuma or somebody. On the Rockstar side, though, you just hear, "Oh, you came to the wrong house, fool!"
Yeah.
If you're playing CJ, you skip the fight entirely because it just goes, "Chill, chill, Big Smoke is me." Who would be the dumbest character out of Rockstar's arsenal we'll see as a fighting game character?
Let me see their list of games, because I'm pretty sure they made some obscure games that I can reference here. I wrote it.
Red Dead Revolver pretty well already has a third-person shooter equivalent of a fighting game mode.
But it was already Capcom. No.
You're right, that actually is... Oh my god! Capcom versus Rockstar. The battle for the fate of Red Dead Revolver. Dude, at some point in Red Dead Redemption 3, obviously Rockstar would never do this because they just live on another level from the rest of the gaming. But at some point, Red Dead Redemption 3 should have a bit where you can see, like, a drawing of Ryu Hadokening somebody, and whoever the protagonist is in that game, presumably, I guess Dutch, if they keep doing this prequel theme.
Yeah.
Dutch is like, well, I wish I could throw a fireball in my hands. I'd tornado kick all my way to Tahiti.
This gives me a plan.
Okay. Would you or would you not main Dutch?
It depends. How much does he reference plans in his battle quotes?
Dutch's taunt should be him doing the Dudley Rose throw, but instead he's throwing a mango.
Okay. Okay, the wildest Rockstar character they could have is Austin Powers.
Okay, probably not that one.
Okay, Earthworm Jim.
He doesn't belong to Rockstar.
Not anymore.
There's no way.
They made Earthworm Jim 3D, the better one.
Oh, joy.
Okay. The wildest Rockstar Games character is generic anime girl? Generic anime titty girl. From Oni.
From that little advertisement series in Grand Theft Auto 4?
No, from Oni. A game that they actually made.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sending you the cover art for it. It was a PS2 game. It was, released in January of 2001.
Oh, I forgot that was a Rockstar game. Holy shit. Yeah, her. Yo, what's the matchup chart for Candy Sucks?
Yeah. 10-0 with everyone.
No one goes on top like Candy.
Yeah. Huh. Apparently, there's a new Max Payne 1 and 2 project made by Remedy that they're
Right, they're
working
working on remaking Max Payne, yeah.
Good thing I just bought the originals. Whatever,
The originals are definitely going to still be worth playing.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, I would still play them just for reference.
There's a certain... I guarantee you with Max Payne 1 remake, it's highly unlikely they take the path of being extremely loyal to the source. It is probably going to be heavily modernized with cover mechanics and the like. If you want a classic old-fashioned third-person shooter that is very much, you know, well, point gun and shoot, sometimes do slow-mo dive, then that's the game, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Capcom versus Madden.
No. Not Madden. John Madden.
Well, no. John is the final boss.
I think it would be funnier if it's literally just Capcom characters and John Madden.
Yeah. That would be pretty good, yes.
And like all of the Capcom characters are stylized and shit. And then John Madden is just like as close as they can get to a scan of the man.
Yeah. Dude, I would pay so much money for Capcom versus Valve. Capcom versus Valve, if that particular... They might as well just not name the game Capcom versus Valve. They might as well just name the game Alex. And then everyone else in our group would go, oh, God damn it. We're never going to hear the end of it.
Okay, for terrible ones. Honestly, I don't even need to throw out any specific series. Just Capcom versus any like specific anime, like shonen anime series. It would just be roster blows the game.
I think Capcom would be one of the few that would have the would have a certain point where they'd stop and say, nope, this is how many we're putting in.
It depends on, and I feel like that would depend on who they're working with, and who they're working with would probably be Bamco, who would ask them to put in everyone.
That is true, yes. But, like, for my part, I just think, like, again, Heritage for the Future, where they did just hit a point where they're like, this is enough characters. We don't have time to make more.
I mean, the thing with Heritage for the Future, though, is that, like, it has, honestly, all of the characters that were in that part, and they were trying to, from what I understand, just adapt part 3, so... And then also there's Young Joseph, because they like Young Joseph, which is good, yes. I also like Young Joseph.
Well, with Young Joseph, the parts were already there, correct me if I'm wrong, because the weirdo creepo dude character turns Joseph into old Joseph into Young Joseph when he hits him with that move, right?
But that's the thing. I don't know if that's how Young Joseph became a playable character, or if they just went, well, we already made Young Joseph, so we might as well do this.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. Otherwise, the only like enemy people that they left out are also in the way some other way, or in the game some other way.
Yeah.
And they just wouldn't be able to be adapted to be playable. So you know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for dumb ones.
Capcom versus Tarantino.
Oh no, Judy gets top billing.
Oh, yes, she does. Tarantino isn't interested until someone shows her to him.
Yeah. Oh, I'm forgetting the name of it. Shit, the Capcom versus the Dark Universe.
Oh, that sure was a thing that came and went.
Yeah, it's just Darkstalkers.
Well, you remember how we said Darkstalkers was back? This is it.
Yeah.
Monkey's paw curls. Oh, good lord. All right, we probably ran that topic dry.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, did you play any fighting games this week that you felt like talking about?
Yes. Well, talking about part, maybe not, but I have played a lot of fighting games this week, as I have, as you discovered, made a list of more obscure games for us to play, and which I determined by playing a match or maybe a part of a match, and just getting a general feel of what the game felt like in that limited time frame, so that I don't spoil anything. And yeah, so far my judgment has taken, I'd say. The games that I called bad were bad, and Match Melee was good.
Yeah.
And as you've seen, yesterday, I was training in Match Melee. I set myself to a way like I usually do, and I just tested recording settings on OBS. And then a person messaged me like, "Hey, down for games?" And I went,
Yeah.
In classic anime fashion, I went, "Well, I'm new to this game, but sure." And then I proceeded to beat them 3-0.
Very good.
Yes, it was fun. They were very good. It was fun matches. That was legitimately their first time playing the game online. So
Ha!
so they had said. And yeah, I went with the guy who's just Kim, or so I said when we played. And turns out, no, he is just a generic Shoto. He's just also kind of bad at it. And like, you know, it was the juxtaposition was funny, because during the like after they told me that that was the first time they were playing online, I went, oh yeah, I don't know which character I really want to play yet either. And then once again, chose that guy, just swept my way to victory.
Nice. I'm slowly falling.
Nice. But yeah, that was it. I had to leave after 3 matches because my family needed me. And then let's see. Did I play any fighting games of note? Eh, not really. I mean, I was happy that you liked Samusho 5 Special.
I was too. I need to put some time in with that game and learn something. I need to get learned.
Yeah. Whatever you do, please do not learn Kusanagendo. That's all I ask. I can handle most everyone else. Kusanagendo is the one character where like the AI has given me Vega type PTSD.
I see.
Because like
I can understand why.
It's not even the pokes. Kusanagendo has a command grab that I think of Podbuster is the 75%. The AI has a tendency.
Why wouldn't it?
The AI has a tendency to just do two of those back to back without you being able to block it. Just, you know, meaty. And it's usually what ends my arcade runs, because I'm like, fucking Kusanagendo. And then I stop playing.
Understandably.
Like, I'm actually gonna check if Super Combo or some other place has a tier list, because the last time I checked, Kusanagendo is S tier, and then there's everyone else, more or less. The other people have tiers of their own, normally, but Kusanagado is the only one who is Kusanagado and maybe Amakusa, who are like very bad.
Oh boy.
And then yeah, we'll eventually need to also play Sam Show 6, which has the groove system and all that dumb bullshit. Okay, tiers. Yeah. Okay. So the tiers are in S tier, Kusanagado, Suija, Shizumaru, and Rera. Which apparently Rera has some broken shit that I couldn't find. And oh, apparently the parasol boy is also S tier. Probably fake outs. I could see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then under those, everyone else, Nakoruru is in D tier.
Ha!
Amakusa is in C tier. What the fuck is there in the competitive scene that I don't know?
Something nuts.
Apparently. And yeah, like oh boy. Like they explain all of the little like whatchamacallit, the little mechanics that are going on in the background that I talked about while we were playing. And it's like, yeah. Like I know all of these things. I don't know how to interact with them per se. At least not explicitly. But I do know of all of these things. At the same time, just having them laid out like this, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But it's also a thing of like, it's a lot. Like for example, the dodges. If you write out the dodges, that makes them seem a lot more complicated than just, hey, press up if you want to do a short hop, press down and dodge if you want to dodge down. You can just dodge otherwise.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yes, Essential 5 Special, as always, it was fun. I enjoyed it. I didn't get a single grab in with Kazuki because he has fake grabs like seemingly half of the roster. But that's a gay special, you could call it.
Yeah.
And yeah, also I like how we've developed this new narrative that I have just banned from playing all candid characters after Poppy and then Galon. Not Poppy.
You're banned from playing all what
Pucci.
characters?
Candid.
Candid? Oh, Candid. Oh, wolf characters.
Candid refers to like dogs and wolves. And I think foxes as well.
Have we developed that? I don't think we've developed that.
I don't know, because my Galen was banned from fighting pig with reason. Like I'm not gonna argue against that. And then with Pucci, I made Pig fairly angry. So
yeah.
Because once again we got to a point where we were talking about some other stuff on the side. I don't remember what. And then that's the death kiss. or fighting against me.
That is the what?
Death kiss.
Death's kiss. Okay. Yeah. Death's kiss. Okay.
But yeah, that's I guess all I played.
All right. And the noteworthy thing that I did this week was I played the Street Fighter 6 open beta, which was quite a lot of fun. I recorded it's funny. I started recording, and I was like, okay, yeah, I say on the recording, well, I don't intend on recording all or even most or even some of the time I spend playing this game. But, I'll record this. I'll record just an hour of messing around with Jamie and the tutorials. And I wound up recording all the time I spent with the open beta. And yeah, I got to try out the 3 characters that we were trying for your sake, Juri, Ken, and Jamie, as well as the character that I was most interested in trying out for the new side of the roster, Kimberly. And what I walked away with, Juri was the only one I would consider, I guess, a disappointment. Though, for a lot of people, I suppose she's not. Juri is the same as she was in 5. She seemed like she got maybe a little bit better normals. They're not so stubby anymore. As a matter of fact, they seem quite good. She probably picked up some unique normals. She maybe picked up a special move. But the only really major change I noticed was that Fu-Ha no longer... Correct me if I'm wrong here, but in Street Fighter V, you would do quarter circle forward kick once to get Fu-Ha and then do the same input again to do the move, right?
I think so.
It was, for all intents and purposes, the same charging mechanic she always had in 4, but now they forced you to do it. And now, instead of throwing projectiles, you would either throw a low projectile or do an overhead kick that was a fake overhead, or you'd do the roundhouse kick, the little cartwheel kick, the forward cartwheel. She has that now, but now Fu-Ha is on a different input. You can do each of those 3 moves without a Fu-Ha charge, but it's weaker. For instance, the low projectile no longer actually throws a projectile. She just does a little sweep. And so on. You get the idea. I'm sure for Juri Street Fighter V mains, this is great. This is a good change for her. And they're happy to see that she is Street Fighter V Juri and not Street Fighter 4 Juri. But I did not like Street Fighter V Juri. I liked Street Fighter 4 Juri. I was kind of hoping we would get the best of both worlds. No, it is just Street Fighter V Juri.
Yeah, that sucks, because I was going to ask if she has the forward cartwheel, because that was my most used move with her, but if it's like, alright, you need to jump to 5 hoops, and then she might do something similar, then it's not worth the time, really.
Okay, I was about to actually say that. See, I don't remember using that move, the forward cartwheel, ever, but I could almost swear that it was used on me at some point by another Juri player. I don't recall how or where or when. It might be in there. I can check when the game launches, but I couldn't find it the first time, so maybe I was just looking over it. I don't know.
Yeah,
beyond that...
I remember using Juri like a slightly different add-on, where instead of having Jaguar Tooth and all that, you just had forward cartwheel and you had dive kick. And obviously dive kick is no more, but...
Yeah. Which, let's see. Then I hit Ken. Or no, actually, then I hit Jamie first, but I wanted to discuss Juri first, since she's the disappointing one. So, with Jamie he's got 5 special moves. He's got a Rekka. You can either do punches, and they're relatively safe. You can do kicks. It's less safe, but you get to drink. You can do a little Shoryu. At first, it starts out at level 1 if you're sober. He does kind of just like a little falling over backwards up kick. If he's slightly drunk, he follows it up with the classic Gen Twins anti-air kick, where he up kicks straight up in the air. He has that's on, of course, DP kicks. On quarter circle back punch, he has the palm, the notorious palm, which apparently has become something mimetic among Jamie mains, because some of them are doing Gorilla Brain and just going palm, palm, palm. It is the equivalent for Jamie of the Superman punch that Yun gets, which you pointed out when I was discussing Jamie with you on the text side of the Discord. However, it is quite a bit quicker, and it is not low invincible. And those are some big changes.
Yeah.
Naturally. He also has, once he gets drunk, he does not have access to this when he is sober. It is only when he is drunk. He also has access to what I have been calling the Spinaroonie, as a reference to the wrestler Booker T, which is a big spinning kind of multi-hit breakdancing kind of move that hits low, I believe. It hits low. It's good for big damage, but it is very, very unsafe. It is distinctly the kind of unsafe territory where the opponent gets to do pretty well any move to you that they want. He has then, let's see, I've hit the Shoryu, and the last special move I could think of, other than obviously the ability to take a drink, I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, which is on down, down punch, by the way. Which, by the way, the Spinaroonie is on quarter circle forward kick, I believe, yes. And then half circle, either back or forward punch, I can't remember which. He has a command grab, where he kind of Jackie Chan style, or Roddy Piper style, flicks you on the eyes. And it's a stun for a second that lets him get in a variety of moves. So it's kind of like Makoto's command grab in 3, right? Where she chokes you out, and while the character's catching their breath, Makoto can hit them with something else, you know?
Yeah.
Jamie also had a pretty solid selection of command normals, pretty solid overhead. He is a character who, when I played him, I was a bit neutral heavy, a bit footsies focused, which is usual for me. But I did not put in a ton of time with him. When I did play against Jamie mains, they tended to be going in and out pretty quickly because they'd pull out to get a lot of drinks, which I thought wasn't always necessarily the smart move. And then they'd go in and they'd be very rush down, very pressure heavy. And he could have very oppressive pressure. And obviously, you know me, I'm not a huge pressure guy unless it's just one simple, stupid string like with Jackson Mortal Kombat X that I can just repeat over and over again. Otherwise, I'm not a very pressure-heavy guy.
Yeah.
So, Jamie, I've seen other people pull that off. I wasn't able to pull that off, but that's usual. There are all kinds of characters that you can pull off insane pressure with that when I play them a bit more neutral-heavy. I have a tendency to give up Oki for resets, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, that was Jamie. Ken has what feels like a very solid classic Shoto kit at the core. Like, Ken in Street Fighter V kind of felt like he couldn't really play the classic Shoto, right?
Yeah.
Ken in 6 is back to having the same tools he did in 2, plus some more. Of course, the big one is Dragon Lash, which people meme on because it's funny to see Ken at round start just immediately jump up and roundhouse kick somebody. Particularly the clip that was taken of two Kens in a mirror match at round start, both going for Dragon Lash and both knocking themselves down. That was pretty great. That was a winner. But also, notably, in addition to Dragon Lash, a move that allows Ken to get in pretty easily, Ken also has the Crazy Kicks back. And they are simpler to do than ever, it feels. At least I never was very good at getting the Crazy Kicks down before. The Crazy Kicks now, it can lead into a low, an overhead, or I want to say a launcher, but I could be wrong. And that is, of course, a close range mix-up tool for when the opponent is already pressured, already spooked. You want to mix them up, you want to open them up. And he still has, from 5, his little run. And from the run, he can do the same kick that he did in 5, which was, of course, just a little forward toe kick to the gut. And that's just to put him on notice. The main gimmick of the Ken Sprint, at least to me, is that he also can press medium kick for an overhead axe kick. And it comes out very quickly. So the gimmick with Ken becomes that he not only has a long-reaching, low-hitting move on his sweep, as most characters do, but he can do a very quick, very long-ranged overhead in that axe kick. So Ken is a character, he can sit at the long range and throw Hadokens against much of the cast. For instance, there was one particular game when I was playing as Kimberly against Ken, and the Ken just decided he was done with my close range, mid-range bullshit as Kimberly, and just started backdashing and Hadokening me and forcing me to come at him that way. He can still very much do that, but at the mid-range and the close range, he is a lot more comfortable throwing out those mix-up situations.
Does he have the RED?
That is Dragon Lash.
Oh, okay.
He may have had another special move that I'm currently forgetting. He also, I think, has one of my favorite supers in the game, which is just a plain super kick as his level 1, and then it leads into him doing multiple Dragon Lashes to you in the air.
Nice.
And it seemed like a relatively safe button to hit. There was also a very good reversal and a good anti-air. So it was nice. Now, the character, like, Ken, out of the three that you asked, I cannot really tell you how much you would like Jamie. Jamie is a character that I have a difficult time feeling out. He does remind me a lot of the twins, but he seems like he's less weird. Because the twins have some stuff like the shoulder charge that it's kind of like whenever you first pick up Yun and you see he has both the Superman punch and the shoulder charge, you're a bit confused, right?
Yeah.
Why does he have both these buttons? These seem like they do the same thing.
Because
Jamie, you don't really have that confusion. You've got one button that's for pressuring, one button that's good for covering, for going the length of the screen, one button that's good for hitting low and doing lots of damage, one button that's a command grab, and one button that is an anti-air. Makes sense.
I mean, when you really want to think about it, though, like Yun has the Superman punch and the charge, because the charge is his Shoryu and his Superman punch is his Tatsu.
That's right, but what about his up kick?
His up kick is actually like it's a safer, like, okay. The charge is a launcher Shoryu. It's the light Shoryu that people do to actually start combos that I never do. In all of its versions, more or less, the different levels of it to make it do different spacing, more or less, from what I remember. The actual up kick is more of a functionally a Tatsu because it can counter like Oki attempts and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. I see. Now let's see.
You wouldn't do charge or wake up. You would do kicks, but otherwise, if you want to knock someone up for combo, then you do charge.
Okay. Jamie might be your speed. It's difficult for me to really tell. Ken, I think, is that solid Shoto with a bit more offensive capabilities that you may be looking for. I would have to ask, what are you really looking for in a Shoto? Beyond, of course, the typical Shoto kit of Hado, Shoryu, Tatsumaki. Which Ken's Tatsumaki in 6 is back to being the normal Tatsumaki, by the way. It's not an up Tatsumaki anymore.
Which is an important bit because that's the pretty much the entire reason I played Ryu that instead of playing Ken in 5 whenever I played either of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, because usually I'm fine with just the basic Shoto kit. Like the RED is enough for me, honestly, for Ken. Like I don't know how to do the crazy kicks. I don't care for run stances as I've told you off recording. So like, you know, the RED is enough of Kyo's moveset for me to be able to mix things up enough to make the other Shoto tools work. It keeps people guessing just enough.
Yes. I think I'm bound to use the run more often as Ken because I'm more of a neutral heavy guy. Whereas if you're up close, I definitely do recommend the crazy kicks. The crazy kicks are easier than ever to do.
I mean, it's not a difficult. It's not a difficulty thing. I just genuinely do not know what the fuck the crazy kicks are.
The way the crazy kicks work in 6, is you input quarter circle forward kick. I don't know if changing the kick strength affects anything. And Ken will throw out a singular, like, kind of backwards hook roundhouse kick. That is not anything special. That is really just a hit that is there to put the opponent on notice that they are about to get mixed. From there, you can either press light kick, and Ken will do a kind of stubby little flat of the boot slam into the opponent's shin. That hits low and gets a knockdown. Or you can press medium kick, and he goes for an overhead axe kick, which is also a knockdown. And I believe it's safer. I could be wrong. Or you can do heavy kick, and he does kind of like a big boot straight up into the air, which pops the opponent up for a combo. If they've already been spooked, so if you think that you can catch them with the initial kick.
So it's
almost kind of like a hit confirm situation where if your reflexes are fast enough on the initial crazy kick, then you'll know to go for the pop-up kick. If they blocked it, though, then you go for one of the two mix-up crazy kicks.
See, like for me though, feels a part of my repertoire that I already have covered because I don't play with a character who has access to these tools already. So like,
yeah, your mix-up game, you generally go for the jump and sweep mix.
yeah. Which
yeah, I get that.
It'll work as long as it'll work, and when it won't, I'll figure something something else out that it works universally.
Yeah.
Like I would find more use out of shit like this if it was like Bodega, but it's just okay. You can do mix up records, cool. I have use for those. Like records for me are a thing where like if it leads to a mix up like it does with Kyo, I'm fine with it. I know how to use it. It's a good tool for me. But it's a fail on record where it's just okay. So you need to input this thing and it leads to this one string and that's it. That could have just been normals, my dude. Like it feels like dialogue combos in a game that otherwise allows for more better feeling combo
Well,
routes.
speaking of that, Ken does have a pretty good target combo. And I can hear you over there going, oh, God damn it. Whew, I hope we wrap this up soon. My throat is getting hoarse.
Yeah.
And you can kind of hear it. Nonetheless, yeah, Ken's got that going on. I thought was pretty neat. I liked him a lot more than I usually like Shotos, so that was neat. But the character that I really came away from the Street Fighter 6 beta going, oh my god, this character is amazing, was Kimberly. Which Kimberly is on some level, yeah, like for the most part, Kimberly is Guy. She is Guy with a lot more options, but she is still Guy. Now, Guy, correct me if I'm wrong, Guy had 3 buttons he could do out of his ninja run?
I believe so.
It was probably something like cancel, slide, and then like anti-air up kick, right?
It was... It might have been 4, because I feel like it was cancel, it was a mid kick, and then it was a like overhead X kick.
Okay. So Kimberly, give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kimberly has 6 options out of her ninja run. Because if she presses nothing and makes contact with the opponent, she does a step up off of them, and she does a backflip off of them. Because without doing that, she has these same things that Guy has access to. She can do a slide, she can do a overhead. Actually, instead of a mid kick, she has access to a weird anti-air thing. It's a limited use. But if she presses none of the buttons and she just makes contact with the opponent and does the kip up off of them, from there, she can either choose to do nothing, in which case she does a backflip and just simply lands, and it is safe. It is safe against everything in the game. It is perfectly safe. At least from my testing. Of course, maybe there's, some kind of cable 0 frame startup move that could punish it. But from what I saw, safe. Or she can do a dive kick, or Kimberly can do a command grab. So it is a character who can do sprint into either mix-up that is completely 50-50, very, very 50-50, and the overhead is safe, naturally. Or if she gets the kip up, she can then lead it into being completely safe and restarting her offense, or a command grab, or a dive kick.
Speaking of actually, is her command grab on Izuna?
It is not.
Okay. Because if it was, I was gonna say that a Guy might have also had that, because I feel like I remember him doing something like that.
I feel like you are right. I think he did have an Izuna out of that. But for her case, it's kind of like she flips over them and then power bombs them kind of situation. Beyond that, she does actually have an Azuna drop as an air grab, which is funny to get every single time. She has the classic guy, Tatsumaki, that goes straight up in the air. Going back all the way to Final Fight, that one is. And that is very much Rishoryu. It is very instant and is very invincible when you overdrive it. Because I have gotten out of some stupid situations using that. She has obviously the Cyrax bombs. She reloads by pressing down, down, punch. She shoots them out by pressing down, down, punch. It works in a real weird way. If you're carrying no spray can bombs, then pressing down, down, punch reloads. If you're carrying one, it shoots out the bomb that you are firing. It is possible to carry two. You start out the round carrying two. And every face button that you press, every punch button that you press puts down a bomb after the down, down, depending on your supply. So if you press both light punch and medium punch after down, down while you're carrying two bombs, then in the same time it would ordinarily take her to place one bomb, Kimberly puts down one bomb at the medium spot, one bomb at the close spot, and another at the somewhat mid-range spot. The only way to reload back up to 2 spray cans is to go down to 0 and then overdrive reload. It's weird. But nonetheless, the fact that you have such control over it means that you can make it where the opponent has to sit at a certain spot on the screen. You can put one at both close and far to make it where the opponent can't walk backwards or forwards. Or if you really want the opponent to stay away, or if the opponent is really close to you and you don't expect them, you want them to get off you, you can put both close and medium. If you really want to force them to get close to you, you can put both medium and far. It's very nice. The bombs generally cause most players to do dumb things because they are not used to them yet. It will take some time before people get used to Kimberly bomb setups.
I mean,
with
like,
that said,
I already have an easy answer to Kimberly bomb setups, but it will also take a year to come out. So, because like Demon Flip.
Sure, Senku. There you go.
Oh, or that. I was thinking Demon Flip, because that also leads to an attack.
That is true, but if she does that at far distance, if Akuma's at the other side of the screen, he's not really got an answer for it.
Oh, you can technically you can space with Demon Flip too because of the the very range and the sweeps.
That is true. However, Kimberly is also a character that if you're going to be very bomb heavy, that's going to take a lot of practice. Because so often I'd put down a bomb underneath the opponent's feet, watch them jump forward, and pretty well just go, huh, neat, they jumped, and I don't take advantage, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to take some getting used to. Let's see. Other than that, she has a quarter circle forward punch. It's like a little karate chop. The light version is just on its own, just a karate chop, and it is safe. It covers some good distance. It comes out pretty quickly. If you do a medium, she follows it up with an overhead. And if you do a heavy punch, she follows it up with a kick that pops them up. It is an interesting little button. I did not use it very much, but I need to get more time in with it because I feel it is definitely going to be one of Kimberly's main combo tools. Particularly, it is probably her best punish just for starting combos. And the tool that is really wacky for Kimberly is quarter circle back punch, which is teleport. Now, I've never been a Chip Zanoff main, but it reminds me of Chip Zanoff. So she can press, I don't know what difference pressing any of the punch strengths makes. This is something that I presumably will find out whenever Street Fighter 6 releases and I open up the demonstrations that tell me why there are different punch strengths. But the standard teleport puts you right in front of the opponent. It's a pretty fast teleport. It's not instant. You can still be punished for using it at the wrong time, but it's really fast. And when she does it, both the entry spot of the teleport and the exit spot of the teleport, she is covered by a cloud of spray paint. Which naturally means whatever button Kimberly does coming out of the spray paint is pretty obscured. Meaning it can be a pretty brutal, very fast, in-your-face mix-up from full screen. Because it does not matter where she is on the screen. If she presses the teleport button, she is teleporting into your face. And if she ODs it, she does not teleport in front of your face. She pulls a Thanos from Marvel Infinite. she teleports to above your head.
Ah.
Uh-huh.
The real question here though is Kimberly safe while she's in the cloud?
That is a good question. I will say the air teleport, I'm pretty sure that one is instant. So in that way, I suppose she's about as safe as you can be while in the air.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe that's one, but like, you know, I'm wondering if the answer to Kimberly's mix-ups through the cloud is just don't respect the cloud. Punch her.
Yes, a lot of the when the cloud would not work for me would be when they wouldn't respect it and they'd just try and catch me with a medium punch. Particularly against the zoning kin that I was playing against, I used the teleport to get around the Hadokens, but he did expect it and catch me with a medium kick, I believe. Now, let me hit the normals real quick, because she's got some odd normals. Or, excuse me, command normals. The first thing is, when you open up the command normal menu as Kimberly, you see down, forward, medium kick. It's a slide. How many of my mains in fighting games have slide normals?
Yes.
The moment I saw that slide, I went, oh, it's Destiny. And yeah, it's a slide. It low profiles. It goes under fireballs. It hits low. It's unsafe, but who gives a shit? And there are so many times I'm starting to get my throat so tired that I'm starting to hear squeaking in my voice. But there are so many times that you will catch someone throwing a fireball just because you slid under them. And there are several times playing against Ken where he went for the Tatsu at the same time I went for the slide, and we both missed because he was hitting a move that is high profile, and I was hitting a move that was low profile. So naturally, we both just didn't hit. And the other two normals she has that are really remarkable, she has Guy's Final Fight combo, where it's punch, punch, and then kick, or punch, punch, and then throw as a target combo. I thought that was really neat. It's a neat Easter egg, a reference to Final Fight. That's really cool. But then there's one normal in particular, forward heavy kick. See, the thing that keeps Kimberly, relatively balanced, in spite of how many great special moves she has, is that she has pretty stubby buttons. She has a decent medium kick, but that's the extent of it. She's otherwise got very stubby buttons. But forward heavy kick, she does a leap through the air and then a big boot straight to your face in midair. And then you can either leave it like that. I don't know if it's safe if you leave it like that. Or you can press up in any direction. And she platform jumps off the opponent for a jump move of some kind. She can do a back jump, a neutral jump, a forward jump. And Kimberly has very good air buttons. She has two very good air to grounds. And she can do a forward jump, and it's a very, very shallow forward jump off the opponent. Do you know what that means?
Cross-ups.
Cross-up city, bitch. So, yeah, I was in love. I still am. I am very excited to get in there when the game launches and play more Kimberly. Because goddamn, man. I mean, the thing that should be mentioned is that the majority of the characters I am really interested in Street Fighter 6 were loaded on the side of the cast that's not on public beta. I'm really interested in Geef, Marissa, Manon, Lily, DJ, Honda, Blanca. Those are all the characters that weren't playable in the open beta. You know? But Kimberly, yeah, great time. Every time you get a command grab off the ninja run, it is satisfying. Oh, and for a super, one of her supers is a dive kick that then leads into Maximum Spider, because of course.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I should mention about her buff. So that was one thing that people talked about is her level 3 is a little uppercut, and then she hits her music. She starts playing her Walkman, and she starts beating you up with spray paint. However, if the move whiffs, or if the move gets blocked, she still hits her music. When Kimberly hits her music, it starts playing around her head. And it changes the music that's actually playing, the song that's actually playing during the match, right?
Yeah.
And importantly, it gives her a 25% buff to walk speed and attack damage. And I figured out, oh, it may be viable as Kimberly to ignore the super meter until you get it maxed out and just go for level 3, even if you don't necessarily hit it. Because 25% faster walk speed means there are several things that she should not be able to punish that she can, because she can just block and then walk right back in and uppercut you.
Yeah.
That is a really interesting character, really fun character that I want to spend a lot more time with. Holy shit. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is really good.
But yeah, also just the difference of you listing all of those characters you're looking forward to, even I'm just like, can?
Yeah.
Because like technically I have a character that I like to play in an older game on the roster. She just doesn't play like anything she used to, so
yeah, Jury that it's a pity what's been done to Jury. Like you can tell, I mean, for one thing, I mean, 5, that was the early days of 5. 5 was not the game that many people wanted to play in its early days, and Jury was a product of that time. But the specific thing of like, well, we don't want her to be so close to being a Shoto. I don't know, you know? Was it really that worth worrying about?
Yeah. I mean, look, if you don't want to make her a Shoto, make her Terry Bogard. I like her if she's Terry Bogard still.
Wouldn't we all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just imagining her new super actually just being Buster Wolf with the voice lines. Anyway, yeah.
Alrighty then.
I suppose fighting games were then.
Were they?
I guess.
I think regardless of whether or not this podcast is ending, they're going to keep going, apparently.
Yeah. Alright, see you all in 2 weeks, I guess.
Oh boy.